What's happening, YouTube? Welcome to Glove Up Boxing. We're presenting our Couples Corner with Coach and the Queen, celebrating Black love. Let's talk dating and marriage. It's going to be good vibes and good energy. Come and join us.
What's good, YouTube? What's happening? Well, this is Coach. There's my queen. We just coming off to talk about relationships. You know, our black love is, it's portrayed like we not family, we not close to our women, we mistreat our women. So this channel is to debunk all of the bullshit we see on regular television and to talk about positive shit. Couples love. You know, even if y'all want to come on in and see if you have issues that me and the queen might be able to resolve. What's up, Jose? How you doing, brother? Get your significant other, brother.
Guess we'll just wait, give people a chance to get in.
Yeah, we'll wait for people to come on in. Come holler at us. Come visit us. Hit the like button as you come in. Y'all come on in, man.
We just gonna jam for a little bit. See if we get a few more. Close the door. Yeah.
Baby, I got so much
love to give to you. Hey,
what
DP.
up, DP Rock? My brother. As y'all come in, hit the like button, brother. We just waiting around a little bit. Let's bring this day to
Hey.
Oh, there you go. There go my boy Keon. I got the link up there, so whoever want the link, I'll go ahead and grab it. We can just talk about relationships, bro. This is a part of that's why we glove up boxing and more.
Well, I thought it was you.
Glove up boxing and more.
You loving me. Close the door. Till you say it's
Queen taking
sure.
care of it right now. You got something.
No, I need his email. Each other. Mm-hmm. Hey.
On Friday nights, y'all ain't got nothing to do. Come kick it with me and the queen, man. Have a few drinks. Talk a little shit.
Thought it would be you loving you.
We all positive over here. We do the coach and the queen, we all positive. We can argue about boxing and shit during the week. On Friday nights, we gonna come on in here and chill, man. We gonna come on in here, get our vibe on, chill with our loved one, and What's happening, Joe Burns? got it, keep it. Send it to your email, brother.
Well, so we're gonna talk about how we first met, because I love the story. And we're gonna talk about when he realized that I was gonna be his wife.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about it. We're gonna talk about it. So let's see how many we got coming in, man. Hit the like button as y'all coming in, man.
Hey. So good. So good. Hey. You can't go wrong with little Teddy. Hey.
Yeah, I see the queen live. Key, you got it, brother?
He said give him a second.
Oh, all right. Yes. My little cool. You can move the shit.
No, you probably left it over there. Why you were telling me I missed it? You the one had it. You see what I be dealing with? Y'all don't know.
Yeah, but moving shit sometimes.
I do be moving shit.
Moving shit and I don't know where.
David Morrell Jr. Hello.
That's not you.
Who is that? Tell me who it is. That's his name. Yeah, but he
Can't
rapping.
hear you.
Oh, he ain't want to come in.
Oh.
He wasn't ready for it.
That's all right.
Hey.
I'm drinking apple pie moonshine.
Bless it. I have me just a little bit of Pinot Grigio. Yeah. Hey, Regina.
There goes my dog. There goes my dog. What's happening?
I get this camera right. Camera right, man.
All right, that's how it happens. So it's all because. Hello.
Camera right. Oh shit. Camera right, man.
All right, that's how it happens.
Okay, hold on. Let me get right.
Y'all looking good. What a good looking couple.
Oh, right. I gotta come over this way more. Yeah.
I see you. Yeah. That's all right. She when she ready to talk, she just move your ass out the way. You be like, move. I'm talking right now.
Hey man, how y'all doing, bro? I'm glad to see you, bro.
We good. Trying to get this camera right. It was right. Oh yeah, because you know why? You gotta switch the mode. Go to the watch, I'm gonna show y'all which one to switch it to. Oh yeah. There you go. See, she know what she's doing. There we go.
Yeah, what's happening, brother? Oh, you sipping on something too, huh?
You gonna introduce your queen? Cause you know me, but I don't know her, and I know she don't know me.
This is Gina. This is Regina. You call her Gina.
How are you, Regina? I'm Linnea. Everybody calls me Lenny.
Yep.
Nice to meet you.
And see, she be talking that shit in the background too, but she be scared to get on camera.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's scared to get on camera. We're gonna break her in.
Yeah.
Well, Regina, just so you know, I don't get on camera either that often.
She like that
it's
shit.
it's very rare. I'm not full of shit. It is very rare that I get on camera. I do talk a lot of shit though. So
So, a couple of things that we're gonna talk about is how Troy and I met, and how he knew that I was gonna be his wife. Because it is the most interesting story. And if I wasn't the one that was a part of it, I probably wouldn't believe it. Because it's so stupid. Like, really stupid. It is stupid. It's stupid. When you hear it, tell me if I think it's stupid or not. Because I just think it's like stupid. But I love him to death. I love him to death. Go ahead, B. Tell it. I like when you tell it.
Well,
because you know,
some of my friends, they was having out here we be balling crawfish.
Hey, you got coach. You you got to speak up.
Good. All right. So we always, some of my friends and some of my frat brothers, they be having we be having crawfish balls, and we'll throw it out on the lakefront where there's a lot of grassy area, and they got these different shelters or gazebo type, but they big, and we crawfish ball out there. So I got invited to one of those by one of my friends, and she was there, and we real competitive, throwing horseshoes and all that kind of shit. So they brought out the horseshoes, and when I saw her, and she had on a little sundress, right? So that kind of caught me, and she got some pretty toes. She don't have no ugly feet. You know what I'm saying? So she kept looking at me, so I was like, keep on looking at me. She liked me, so I told her put her foot right here so we can mark the spot and then measure off the thing. So it just went on all day, and we was kind of, I would catch her looking at me. She gonna say that's not true, but
you said y'all was at a crawfish bar.
Yeah, at a crawfish bar.
So it's like
I need to be eating right now.
It's like a barbecue, basically.
Yeah.
It's just like when people say we're at a barbecue in New Orleans, we had a crawfish boil more often than not, especially in the summertime.
Crawfish boil.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you said it was a bar.
No, crawfish boil.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. A boil. Yeah, I know what that is. Yeah.
It's out on the lakefront. So so she put her foot down. I was like, okay, she got nice fucking feet. She got a pretty face and shit. And she had that sundress on, so I was like, okay.
It was the sundress more than the toes. I just want you to know.
Kind of like me. I said, all right. So all that day she was talking shit back and forth. We was just talking shit to each other, all kind of crazy shit. So then I used to go by one of my other by the bar room that one of my fraternity brothers owned. And we would play dominoes on Monday nights. On Monday. So we all meet up there. And she started coming over there, right? And so I was like, all right. So we was cool. We was just chilling. We was cool and shit.
Mm-hmm.
And I had been, I go to the gym and shit, to the boxing gym. And
so one of his frat brothers actually said, because I was at the time, I was looking for something that I could do, because I used to do CrossFit and lifting, and due to an injury, I couldn't do it anymore. So I was looking for
hey, show your
I was looking for a way to be full body exercise. You know what I'm saying?
David Benavidez. David Benavidez.
Well, tell David Benavidez
he
need to show the camera, because that ain't who it is. Then
these dudes be weird. I'm telling you, these dudes on YouTube be so weird.
Man, cut your camera.
So anyway,
right. You sit there.
So I was looking for a way to do a full body workout and stay, toned. Not trying to be bulky, just trying to be toned. So one of Troy's frat brothers said, well, Troy, he coached and he used to box. I was like, I bet. So when Troy came over, it was a Monday night, we were getting ready to play.
Now, mind you, we had been seeing each other
for like a month.
Over and over, right?
And so I tell Troy, I was like, I mean, like, I came out the bar and met him on the sidewalk, and I was like, look, your frat brother, blah blah blah, said you, you coach boxing or whatever. He was like, yeah, I can take care of that for you, whatever. And I was like, bet. I'm serious though, like I'm serious. And he was like, all right, cool. So after we did that, we played dominoes or whatever. And then this is why I tell you it's hilarious. Our first date was him teaching me how to box.
Yeah.
And that teaching ended up in a fight.
Not with her.
Not with me.
No,
But it ended up in a boxing fight.
At the time, I was at New Orleans Boxing Club, and the owner he was this one of these little chicks. She was a pro, well, he was coaching her, and he was sparring her, and he was hitting the girl hard, like, you know what I'm saying. So got out of the ring. I was like, damn, I said, bro, now mind you, this is a white guy, right? So he goes.
Nevertheless, that's neither here nor there.
Yeah.
It just got into a fight. I'm not trying to hit that whole story.
Yeah, we got.
So anyway,
listen to what happened. So he told me, he was like, I said, damn. She said, yeah, he broke my ribs before. I said, damn, bro, you break the girl ribs? He said, fuck that, I'll break your fucking ribs. I was like, really? I said, well, I tell you what, because I wasn't in no shape at the time, like I wanted. He a little dude too. I said, well, I tell you what, give me about 2 months. Let me train, and I'm gonna get in there. I'm gonna beat the sleeves off your ass, right? So he kept talking shit. So I just said, you know what? Because she was upstairs. I had put her on the treadmill upstairs. So I went upstairs, and he followed me. And I had this backpack. And he took my backpack and threw it downstairs and shit. I was like, man, put your fucking hands on my property, right? So then he spit at me and went downstairs.
Yeah, he would have had to die.
So I'm gonna tell you what happened. So I went downstairs and he swung at me, and that was the wrong thing to do. So I kind of slipped it, and he had on the sweatshirt. I grabbed the sweatshirt. This ain't no boxing match. This a fight. I grabbed the sweatshirt and I put it over his head, and the stairs going on to the ring. I bent his back over there, and I had put him in a position where he couldn't move, and I was kind of choking him.
Okay.
So
I don't want to hear the rest of the story.
They broke it up. Police came.
It was the first date, Gina.
Yeah, it was.
And it was a fight. Nah, it gets better. Cause our second date, like
our second.
I like that. I like that. My type of first date.
So, no, let's finish talking about the first date.
No,
hey, that's my type of first date.
So okay, we can go into the first date.
I tell y'all what. Whoever up in here, I know it's not a lot of people, and hopefully this channel gonna grow. But whoever want to hear the rest of the first date,
he always gotta be nasty. Because the reality of it is, it was one of those after the fact. We go and eat.
Y'all put a 1.
We go home.
Put a 1 in the chat if you want to hear the rest of the first date.
Y'all want to hear the rest of the
that don't matter.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
But once we got beyond that, and we hung out a couple of times, Troy was still dating some people.
Hey, Teach want to hear the rest of the
Teach, come on. All right, so the rest of the first date is very simple. We get to the house. I took a shower. He massages me down. But in the midst of massaging me, he cuts on a cartoon.
No.
I am a cartoon buff. Like, I live for cartoons, right?
Yeah, he already knew that though, huh?
He did.
Yeah, he already knew that. So he didn't just turn into a cartoon.
So he cuts on a cartoon.
He knew what he was doing already.
Wait, Key. He gets so bad because we're watching the cartoons, and then as we're watching the cartoons, he finished rubbing me down or whatever, and I'm like, so I'm still in the cartoon. So after a while, he like, So we fucking or what?
Hey, that was cool. Hey,
I'm too old for bullshit, boy.
hey, you got to. You know what I'm saying? Hey, you don't ask, you'll never know, right?
I said,
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I don't know. Huh? It's on us now. Now, hey, here
My
they is.
that's what happened. I hit the wrong button. So that's how that went. Since Teach wanted to know.
Yeah.
Now,
I don't eat with all the
couple of the different not.
Yeah, Coach ain't with that bullshit.
In the midst of that, though, he's dating like a girlfriend from like forever ago.
I had 4 of them,
That he reintroduced into his life to see if it would work, and then some other people and some stuff. And I wasn't by myself though. Shit, I had my own issues.
Yeah. But you
don't want to hear that. You ain't trying to hear that.
So
look, I ain't tripping.
So we were sitting down having a conversation. Troy's head is in my lap. We talking or whatever. And I was just kind of discussing with him my view on relationships. And for him, it was a fucked up view. But the reality of it was,
what was this shit?
I wasn't trying. I felt it wasn't fair to someone if I was dating him but I really wasn't serious. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think it's a waste of time. If I'm in it for just a piece and you're in it looking for something more.
No, but that's not
and
how
so
said it.
That's basically what it was.
But
so in the end, we decided we were just gonna let things go, see how it be. You gonna do you and I'm gonna do me. Yeah. I don't believe in representatives, so I am who I am. So when you meet me, I'm gonna be this person every day. Yeah.
So you wanted something. So who wanted something serious right off the bat?
It was the strange thing, Key. It wasn't neither one of us.
Yeah.
It was like it was just like
it really organically happened.
Right. Because like I said, I told her I was like, I'm dating like 3 other women. I told her straight up. I didn't lie. I didn't do none of that because I don't believe in that shit. Because if a woman want to be with you, she's going to be with you regardless. Mm-hmm. Right? So I told her the truth. And she had her issues. So I was like, okay, well, let's just see where.
They'll be back. Y'all hit his like button too. Y'all smash the like button. Because it's finna get real nasty up in here. No, I'm just kidding.
It's the mouse. The mouse keep messing with it.
It ain't the mouse, that's you.
Shut up.
Sure is doing that. So it was just really organic. Like it wasn't like I was looking for something. She wasn't looking for nothing. And we were just, we both like she was married before I was married before, right? To my kids' mom. Right, we never should have got married in the first place. So, but that's a whole nother story.
That's for some episodes down the line.
Yeah. So, we both, which our kids, bro, was crazy, but all of them are grown men.
He always going into the narrative. Let me tell y'all, I ain't got time. But sometimes you got to reel him back.
Yeah.
I got to reel him in. The reality is it was an organic transformation from dating to seriously committing to each other to, deciding that whatever's going to happen is going to happen. And so over that time, obviously, we introduced our kids to each other. Like my son will tell you, he was like, even after we were married, he was like, I needed to see if it was going to be for real. So like, he didn't even want to meet my stepson. And then, but my stepsons, I love them to death. I love them like they're mine. And so once we got into that, we went to Troy, was living in Hesperia, California at the time. And so, flying back and forth to spend time with them and things like that. And then
before you get to that though, when I decided to move to Cali, she threw me a big ass going away party. I mean, it was a big ass going away party. So So I moved to Cali because by trade I'm a chemist and I grow marijuana. I used to grow marijuana in California, right? So that's why she was coming out there. I was in a business out there. So she started coming out, and we just started getting closer, and closer, and then.
And finally, Troy say, "Fuck them whores. It's me and you, baby."
Yeah.
So he ain't say it like that, but that's how I felt. In my head, that's how it played out.
I pretty much got rid of all the rest of them, and then it was her. The first time I ever told her, oh, this is a funny ass story. So it's Mardi Gras, right?
Hey!
It's Mardi Gras Day. This is another time I almost got it. So
speak up a little bit. Speak in the microphone, Trish. She's loud. You ain't loud.
So we was at.
I told him project.
So look, we was at Mardi Gras, right? We was hanging out in the same bar that I was telling you about before. On Mardi Gras Day, Zulu parade pass right there. So all my frat brothers and all that shit is out there, right? So then, salute Bruce, my man right there. Bruce be getting blowed. So we was out there, and they came. A guy came. I was talking to one of my
No.
brothers.
Let's not even talk about the second fight that we experienced and the third fight that all happened. 2 fights in the same day. Unnecessary.
You're not going to fight the second.
It was all these almost fights. He's just, and then he's like, it's not my fault. It's because I'm light skinned, and they think I'm a punk or some shit. But let's get past that and go to the point where at the end of the night, I had parked.
That was fucked up.
I had parked like 3, 4, 5, probably a quarter of a mile up the road from the parade route. And so he brought me to my car. So when we get out, when he brings me to my car, now he a little bit. He had been drinking tequila all day. It was hot as shit. Hot tequila too, not even chill. And he said, he was like, babe, I like you. I said, babe, I like you too. He said, no, babe, I really like you. I said, babe, I really like you too. He said, no, babe.
I was fucked up too.
I think I love you. And I said, babe, I love you too. He said, for real? I said, yeah. Nah, that was that night. The next day, you got to check. So I had to call him. I was like, babe, you told me you loved me yesterday.
Yeah. So, Key, how y'all met, bro?
Man, all right. Well, let me tell you. So, the first time I seen her, right? I seen her in the Walmart. And she was with her kids. But I was just, when you see other black folks, you speak. Well, I do. You know what I'm saying? So I seen her in the Walmart with her kids, and I walked by and I looked her dead in the eye, and I was like, hey, how you doing? She looked me dead in my eye and didn't say a word and kept on walking.
No,
I don't even remember that.
And she gonna say she didn't remember
I don't.
She gonna say that she didn't remember it, right?
I don't.
So I was like, all right, she one of them. So I just, I ain't really think at the time I was in a relationship. I don't know. She might have been.
I was divorced.
Oh yeah, she was just she was just divorced at the time. So I guess she wasn't seeing men.
I wasn't. I was like blinded.
Because she had to be blind if she wasn't seeing me.
I don't even remember that.
Oh shit!
You know what I'm saying? She had to be blind. But
that's my dog, right?
I hated men for a minute.
So that was that. So fast forward to shit, probably like 2 years later. Yeah, probably like 2 years later. I don't know. We was friends on social media.
Yeah.
We never have spoke to each other, but we was friends on social media.
Okay.
I mean, we was just friends on social media. But so me, I kind of like how she moved, but you gotta go check. You gotta go if it's on social media. If you ain't met like in person like that, you gotta check to see if they talking silly and shit down their timeline. I'm checking for all that shit. You know what I'm saying? See what type of shit Yeah, see what type of shit they talk. If they, oh man, fuck men and my baby daddy this and you know, if they talking all that shit, yeah, go ahead, delete. So she wasn't really on none of that, you know. She looked like she was classy or whatever. So I don't know. I hit her in her DM. I don't remember what it was. She probably could tell you more. You elaborate. My memory bad.
I don't know, but I used to get like a lot of DMs and I wouldn't pay attention to men. Like I wouldn't. But his DM was like different. He didn't come at me like in any type of sexual way. Like
Nigga, all them dick.
he actually was like trying to get to know me. So that's what drew me to him. I honestly almost wasn't gonna talk to him because the way he looked. I was like,
What you mean by the way I look?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna talk to him because of the way that he looked. He looked like a fuck boy.
A fuck.
Oh!
Wow.
boy.
He did.
I'm being honest. No, you gotta elaborate.
I appreciate the raw honesty.
Wait, hold on.
Because he's really good looking. So he just
What?
looked like a fuck boy.
What's that supposed to mean, though? You gotta clear that up.
Right. Well,
Hey, you got to clear that up for the
Yeah,
people.
let's-
What's your definition of a fuck?
He
That's
doesn't
like,
have that look.
what's the look?
The chains, the dressing nice, like.
So that's a fuck boy? Like, what the fuck? What the,
So that's what I.
hey, yeah, you got to clear that up because you got my niggas on here laughing. Hey, you think that shit funny? Like, you got to clear that shit.
Anyways,
Hey, Bruce Goals. I didn't even know the OG
That's what I
Bruce
told
Goals
you.
in the
Bro. Bruce be getting fucking.
I don't know. At that time, I was
I
going
had
through
done it
divorce,
earlier.
or I was divorced.
Wait,
and-
cause fuck boy to me sound like a sucker nigga.
Yeah.
No.
A fuck boy is very clear.
So in
It's
other
simple.
words, she thought you was a player.
You're not somebody that was trying to really be committed or serious
Oh,
about
okay.
anything. You just somebody that's gonna slide in and slide out.
Well,
Exactly.
she was
exactly.
absolutely right. Nah, but
She thought
nah,
that
I wasn't
was-
really looking at her. I mean, I don't know, shit. That was me before though, for real. I just slid in and slid out a whole bunch of shit. But go ahead.
No, but that's what I thought. Then, because I really didn't give people a chance. Then, my sister-in-law were really, really close. She's like my little sister. She was like, she's the one who was like, you need to give him a chance. So I was like, okay, fine. So, he asked me out, and we went from there.
Yeah, so we talked though. We
talked for a little while.
we
Y'all
talked.
got to know each other.
Yeah, because we got to know each other. Like at that point in time, my mind frame is different than it was like before. So I'm like,
Right.
she seemed like she cool, whatever. But we went out and we had good conversation. Me, I'm a conversation. If I gotta be able to have a good conversation with you, it can't be like, oh man, what do I say now? We just staring and looking at each other.
Yeah.
But we was like kind of on the same time. We was having good conversation, and that's what I'm about. If you can have a good conversation with a woman, or if you're a lady and you have a good conversation with a man, that's like what you want to look for. One of the first things you want to look for. But then
So, Keith, I'm gonna put you on the spot, brother. I'm gonna put you on the spot.
yeah.
So at the time, was you dating any other women?
No, I wasn't dating. I mean, what you mean by dating?
Hey, bro,
What
we don't
is
have
your
to-
definition of dating? Because dating is very open-ended, and everybody
Right.
has a different a different opinion about dating.
Right.
For us, dating was you seeing other people, you're trying to see if which one of them really piques your interest. And then because as a woman, I had kind of the same thing as him. And Regina, you jump in anytime you want, Gina. But when I had it, dating for me was, I don't know where this is gonna go. I'm not really looking for anything, but if something happens, I'm not opposed to it. And so dating is, you're just trying to figure out which one fits you. And a lot of people think dating is something else, but for me, it's like I'm giving it out. It's like driving a car. You know how you go shopping for a car and you're trying to find that right car, that car that just really hits all the bells and whistles that you're looking for. And so you test drive a Toyota, you test drive an Infiniti, you test drive a Mercedes. And in the midst of while you're test driving, you're really paying attention to how the fit is when you sit in the seat, what how the back, if it has a rear view mirror, if it has a sunroof, if it blows air a certain way, whatever it is that tickles your fancy when you're looking at a car. And men, in my opinion, and I'm only giving my opinion, men, in my opinion, kind of do the same thing with women. Men won't change for any woman. They will change for one woman.
Right.
A woman that they think fits them, that they're equally yoked with. And sometimes they need to test one here, test one there, without really fitting into a commitment, where women are driven on the term of commitment.
Right.
Like, we're in our minds from young, you know, white picket fence, husband, wife, children, that whole mindset.
Lanier, that's the women in your generation. The women in this new gen, they ain't riding like that. They ain't rolling like that.
But Keith, hold on, dog.
The way that I think, I'm like very old fashioned. I don't do the test drive kind of thing. I just, when
We're not talking about sexually now. We just talking about getting to know.
Right. I just, when I say test drive, I don't mean like sleeping with everybody. I just mean,
no. I totally understand that part.
I need a test drive.
I'm not talking. That's like part of the skip. We're gonna skip the sleeping part. Me personally, when I do try to get to know someone, it's like one at a time. I don't know why I'm like that. I call myself old fashioned. Everyone says I'm like, I have like an old soul.
That's right.
So I just give one person at a time. It doesn't mean that I'm sleeping with them, but I just pay attention to one person at a time, trying to get to know them. I go off of energies and stuff like that.
I feel that.
Yeah. So it's just one person at a time for me. I don't know. A lot of people say I'm like that I'm not experienced, but I can only do one person at a time.
So at the point in time,
that's the average woman. So what about you? What about you?
I mean, where you want to go with this? I'm gonna keep it 100. Y'all know how I do. This is the same shit I do on the boxing channel. I'm gonna keep it 100. Shit. I mean, at that point in time, right? You want to know about that point in time, or just so at that point? I mean, I can tell y'all some stories. That shit didn't even be able to be on this channel. But at that point in time, I was focused, right? I wasn't really, you know what I'm saying? I wasn't really talking to a lot of women at that point in time, because I had a daughter that I was actually training boxing. She was, you know what I'm saying? I had my daughter 24/7. And I was training other kids, but I had her 24/7. So I couldn't have like different women coming to the house and, you know, all of that, because I have a daughter. So at that point in time, I was just kind of focused on my daughter and my kids.
Hey, Sneak, what's up, brother?
Because I had one daughter that she was living with me. And then my other kids, you know, they would be with me, you know, half of the time, my other two daughters. But one of my daughters, she was living with me 24/7 at that point in time. So I couldn't really have women in and out of the house like, well, I couldn't have I didn't want no women around my daughter like that. Now, if it wasn't for that, it probably would have been a whole different story. And I'm gonna keep it 100, because before, in my past, yeah, you know, I didn't have times that shit. Yeah, I'm gonna leave that alone. But I didn't have times where I had, like, you know, maybe a different girlfriend every night. Yeah. So yeah. But you know, at that point in time, I wouldn't own none of that.
Right.
So it's funny though, because I think when you enter into the concept of men and women dating, or men and women looking for committed relationships, sometimes it gets a little muddy, because I'm 48, Troy is 52, and even in that midst, by the time we had gotten together, we were both looking.
I wasn't looking.
You gonna let me finish?
Yeah, I'm gonna let you finish.
Oh, okay. You gonna let me finish?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. We were both looking for the same thing at the same time. So when we first met, I wasn't looking to be in any relationship. He wasn't looking to be in any relationship. As we started dating, he started feeling a certain way. I started feeling a certain way. And then when you reach a point where you're like, okay, I just want it to be me and you. That's a mutual thing. You know, so it's that point where you both look at each other and you say, all right, if we gonna do this, let's do this. And if we not, then not. Because I ain't got time and you ain't got time. So what we doing? And once you establish the what we doing, then it's just about taking each step, learning each other, learning what matters. Because like for Troy and I, Troy is not jealous, but he has a possessive nature when it comes to his woman. Like, you know, you mind, period.
Wait. Not a lot of this shit I joke off, just like this. They be having niggas in that's literally, dog. This shit is crazy. Niggas be sending her dick pics in her DMs.
It's so sad.
All kind of shit. And like, what's up, Mr. Mechanical? What's happening, brother? So, and not only that, they'll call her through her messenger, right? So I'm sitting on the couch, and I'll be like, babe, come on, let's answer the motherfucker, man. Fuck that.
And I don't like the
like
entertainment because for me, I feel you just cut them off. I don't even need it. Right. And so like for when I say possessive, right? I'm saying
wait, let me finish.
No, because I don't want to even go into the dick pics. Because
wait, now I'm not talking about the dick pics. Fuck the dick. I ain't talking about.
He did call one of them though.
So look,
we want to hear about that.
So look, nigga call, right? And I'm sitting next to her on the couch. I'm like, look at this. Look at him. As soon as he asked, we answer, and you see this nigga, he's sitting there like he Mr. fucking Joe Cool, right? I'm like, nigga, hey, look at this nigga. Look at him. Ain't that some ridiculous shit?
And he is literally saying that while the gentleman is on the phone, whatever it is. My point is,
he ain't no motherfucking gentleman calling.
So my point was, babe, why are we even entertaining to just hang up? He just likes that entertainment. So let me tell you.
Yeah. Because it's funny as a motherfucker, man.
Our whole journey to this point was hilarious.
Oh, yeah. If it's a dude, right? If a man don't have your number, right? And I don't know what the situation was, right?
This is through Messenger. They were.
That's what I'm saying. If a man don't have your number and he got a nerve enough to call a woman on Messenger, something wrong with that motherfucking dude. Something is wrong with that man. If you got a nerve enough to call a woman on Messenger and you don't have her phone number, imagine if you dealt with that type of man. You're gonna have a whole bunch of problems.
Yes.
But I think that shit is hilarious.
He does. He has a warped sense. He has a warped sense of love. That's all I want you to know.
And be laughing at these niggas like in their face, like look this dummy calling you.
So we have unlike a lot of couples, we are very transparent to each other.
Yeah.
And so I don't hide anything from him. He doesn't hide anything from me. And it leads to a whole lot. But getting back to what he does not want me to say. When I say Troy is possessive. So for Troy's 50th birthday, I had just started working. My ex and I are still very good friends because we are business partners in some things. And so there's a lot of adjustments that are happening in this time. And so something happened and I was like, okay, we need to talk. And I'm a firm believer in communication is key to everything.
Yeah. What happened? Fuck all that. Tell the people what happened.
What happened?
Girl, people were there.
What happened?
When I got fucking pissed off in San Francisco.
No, I'm not talking about San
all right,
Francisco.
all right.
I mean, he
I'll
always
tell
gets
people,
mad for
I
that.
don't
He
give a
don't
fuck.
care. That's not what I'm talking about. That's not the instance. I mean, that was more of, hey, you need to put this in check.
Hey, Sir Ambo, nigga, I got the link in the chat, nigga. Get that picture of you and your wife or your lady may want to come on, bro.
So it was one of those, we need to establish whatever boundaries we have, right? So here is where the situation was. I was throwing Troy a surprise 50th birthday party. I had just started working. I had just got my check. I was trying to do a little something. So
We didn't even talk about
got his brother.
how we got married.
Oh, I mean, we can go back to how we got married because that shit was funny. Let me rewind and get to the point where we were at his 30th reunion for and I mean your high school, the high school.
30, not 30. Yeah,
That was your 30th. You about to be 35 now.
Yeah. You're right.
So
You tell how old this nigga is.
Nigga, I'm 52.
so
Class of 87, homie.
So we were so Troy was obviously living in California. He had fell and busted his foot. Like he blew his heel out. He had to have surgery. He had
let me tell the people what happened.
But that part of the story is not really interesting.
Right.
You
so,
falling and blowing up your heel is not the interesting part of this.
People not her saying I fucking blew out my heel.
He
Y'all
fell.
know what the fuck happened.
He fell off a ladder, landed flat-footed, and his heel exploded. A surgery later, 11 screws later, he has a put-together heel.
Yeah.
Okay, that is the gist of that story. I don't know why he wants me to tell more than that. So, but that is the purpose of how he realized I was going to be the woman he married.
This was the one,
right? So he comes home. It's his 30th and his 30th class reunion, and then his frat brothers for something else. They got something going on. So it's a multitude of things going on. Right. So he's on this leg, like this little peg leg, instead of on crutches because he don't like it under his arms.
Yeah, I don't like that. You put your knee on it and you can walk like
right. So you can walk like So he comes to the house and he's about to take a shower. What happened was in the midst of something, his foot got wet and they cut the cast off and put on a sleeve and a boot. And so when he came home, he was taking a bath, soaking his foot or whatever. And he needed to. That's what I said. Your cast got wet. They took it off, put a sleeve on, and put your boot on. So but he had to scrub because if you've ever had a cast, if it gets wet, it gets all your skin and stuff gets all mealy and nasty looking, and you gotta scrub it really good. So he needed his foot scrub. He was trying to scrub it himself. So I came into the bathroom. I said, bro, just give me your foot. Let me scrub it myself. He was like, no, it's nasty. You don't want to touch it. I said, boy, if you don't put your goddamn foot up here, you can't get it.
That's when I knew I had the right one, son.
You knew, huh? Then.
That's
when I scrub your nasty ass foot.
Yep. You're not lying, dog. And that's when I was like, you know what? This motherfucker's down for me for real.
Yeah. What's up, Knockout?
What's up, Knockout?
What's happening, Knockout? You're supposed to be up here with us, Knockout. Knockout's supposed to be up here with us.
Right? So after
that's what let me know. I was like, you know what? These other three motherfuckers wouldn't do this. You understand? They wouldn't. They'd be like, I ain't touching that. Just grab my fucking foot.
And oiled it up and everything.
I would have done that.
So you would have scrubbed my
Yes, I would have.
Nah.
I'm saying,
if you love, bro, like I was like, man, this motherfucker really like me, dog. Bro, my fucking foot looked like some shit from outer space. Bro.
I don't even want to imagine that shit.
But if you're in love, it doesn't matter.
And she scrubbed my
Gina.
Foot, all
Thank you.
Took some fucking coconut oil and rubbed that motherfucking.
I made sure it was good where it needed to be.
I said, wow, that's it. That's
and
it
then
right there.
After that, we went to the Saturday after that, we went to his to the reunion game, which everybody goes to. and it was a big storm coming.
Drop the link.
And
Let's see who wants it up.
and there you go. And so
Knockout on vacation. Him and the wife need to come on.
and so for me it was natural, right? He was injured, to take care of him because it's someone that I said I love. And you can't say you love somebody and not be willing to care for them if they can't do something for themselves.
Right.
So, but at the game, making sure he was taking his medicine and things like that. But it was about, he was outside the
stadium.
Outside the stadium. I was inside the stadium talking to his parents.
We was telling.
And so there's this huge storm cloud that you can just see rolling in. And so I was talking to his parents and I was like, I gotta go. And so I went to the house. I was like, all right, babe, come on, we need to get it together. And he couldn't walk that fast. So I was like, don't worry about it. You stay here. I'll go get the car.
Nigga, that's what I'm talking about right there.
So I went, got the car.
That's what I'm talking about.
Brought it to him to make sure he didn't have to worry about anything. He had a raincoat. I made sure I gave him his raincoat first.
Yeah.
And then got the car.
I said, man, that's it. That's it. This is the
Hey, you made up your mind right there, Coach.
That's it, bro. That's
That was
it. Oh no, she about really looking out for me. And it's not like I'm giving her money up. None of that shit. This just because she fucking loved me. Man, I saw that. I was like, wow, this girl here. I mean, I ain't never had a real one like this.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? She like all the shit I like. She like watching boxing. She like seeing niggas get knocked out. She like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we got a lot going. I'm working past with her, and it's like, damn. Right,
I think that's one of the biggest things too. Y'all gotta have things in common. Like, in a relationship, y'all gotta like some of the same things. That's one of the biggest things that I've learned. Because if you ain't got nothing in common, after a while, that shit is gonna go sour.
But the main thing is not even that. It ain't even boxing or nothing. It's just, I'm gonna tell you what it is. Also, dominoes. That's something else that we do a lot. You know what I'm saying? Like, we play dominoes. We got friends. All our friends play dominoes. And that's how, like, she started coming on Mondays, because we play dominoes.
Did she whoop you? Did she be getting you?
Sometimes she did her thing. I mean, even a blind squirrel find a nut sometimes.
Here we go with that shit. Understand that some of his frat brothers, one of his frat brothers used to have what's called the boom boom room. Yeah. And that's where only the boys would be. And I was the only girl that was one of the only women that was allowed to play on the table because I could hold my own.
But like we're gonna talk about nicknames. That's
I'm Bonnie Ray.
That's Bonnie Ray Parker, right? You understand?
Right.
I'm Clyde Barrow.
Right.
You understand? So one time we had our conclave, our conference down here from my fraternity. One of my frat brothers, a nigga hit a wheelie on a motorcycle, fell off, fucked himself up. So we had a hospital, and these younger guys who was there for the same reason, we all fraternity brothers, right? And they started talking, and one of them said, he said something like some vulgar or something in front of her. And he was like, man, I'm sorry.
What did he say? You know what he said, Coach.
No.
He did. He was talking about bitches.
You know what he said.
Yeah, he was talking about
he was talking about bitches
shit like that, So I was like, and he was like, man, dog, I'm sorry, this and that. And one of the other brothers, who was one of my chapter brothers, who I made, he said, man, you ain't got a word. That's fucking Bonnie Ray Parker, right? That's Clyde Barrow, right?
Because the reality is, a lot of times they were like, well, why you got your wife and this is nothing but the bruhs? And it was like, let me tell you something. Where this nigga go, I go. Bottom line.
And not like, don't y'all don't get it misconstrued.
It
ain't like,
it's
matter of fact, she be like, babe, why don't you
go ahead,
go?
please go.
Oh my, go. They ain't like that. Like she fucking just gotta be there. That's farthest thing from the truth.
Yeah, don't be giving her no ideas.
She got her she got her like girls trips and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? They go to Jamaica and all that kind of shit. So it ain't like that, bro. You know. But
so here's my question. And Gina, maybe you can answer it first and he can ask, because men in general just have this really, I think, warped sense of how they answer these questions. Mm-hmm. But I know how we handle it. So when you have controversy between each other, how do you handle that? Like, what are some of the things that you do that really helps to, even if you get to a point where you can't agree, how do you make it so that it doesn't linger to the next day?
So the way that I am, just so it doesn't get to a certain point, I get silent for a little bit. I am a communicator, but
wait, what you say?
It's silent.
Oh, silent.
I get silent. I will just shut down because I don't like conflict. I just don't like conflict. I'm not good with that. But I do like to communicate, and he's really good at that. I think because, I do, from my past, I will shut down. But then I realized, like, okay, I need to talk about this. So I just bring it to his attention. Like, okay, this is how I'm feeling. Or if I realize, like, okay, maybe I'm doing something wrong, like I'll say it, I'll admit it. Like, but I like to communicate. He's really good at that too. So
Key, you're a communicator.
But he's really good at communicating. I'm a communicator. But if it's not going the way that I want it, I will get silent.
Okay.
I don't have that fucking issue.
No, because like when I have a problem, I probably start off the conversation more like, babe, can I be honest?
Yeah.
And I start that way because I find that in relationships, women have a tendency to ask for honesty, but they don't really want it the way that it's coming from a man. That raw, unadulterated, I ain't trying to help you, I ain't trying to protect your feelings kind of honest.
That's how I am. I'm raw with it. Like,
right.
You're right.
Y'all, just same way y'all see me on camera when I'm talking to boxing shit, that's how I am. I'm just raw with it. I'm not finna hold nothing back. I'm gonna just tell you exactly how it is. And a lot of times people take that as, oh, he ain't got no feelings and he don't care. No, I'm just raw with it. That's just me. So but I find that because Troy is the same way. Troy is very, this is what it is what it is, and that's what it is. I say what I say, and that's what it is. But sometimes I feel like if I have to be honest, because I know that I could come across differently.
Yeah.
Right. So when I come to my husband, I want to be able to say exactly how I'm feeling in totality, and not feel like when I say something, he reacts defensive to what I'm saying, because it's not really an attack. And so I find that if I say, can I be honest, that it kind of breaks down the wall. So he already knows that, okay, I just need to hear what she's saying. And so a lot of our conversations start out that way.
I think that's where my silence comes from.
I'm not talking about regular conversations. I'm talking about when we do have controversies. He gets so sensitive.
Yeah, but you said that
that's where my silence comes from, though, because I want to just be, because the way that I am, I just want to express it. So I kind of just get silent. I try to think it out because I could say it wrong. So that's why I get silent. Otherwise, I would say how, like how I truly feel.
How long it take for you to get your thoughts together?
Huh?
How long it take you to get your thoughts together? That what you want to say?
It takes me like probably a couple days.
A couple of days.
A couple days.
Okay.
Wait. I know.
Maybe like 2 days, maybe.
Come on now.
Really?
And I'm like, this is how I feel. Like, yeah.
So let me challenge you this. Let me challenge you and say, is there a way for you to gather at least a beginning of a conversation before waiting that long? And the reason I say that is because sometimes it's not that he doesn't, it's not men. So with Troy and I, let me start there. If I have a problem that I feel like he's just not understanding, it could go on 1 or 2 days, right? And it's more like, okay, look, this is what I'm feeling. So like, case in point, he was in the kitchen and I don't fill up the water basin like hardly ever.
We got a Brita filter water system. And
I hardly ever fill it up, right? And he said it once or twice, and you hear him be like, "All right, babe, I'm gonna do it," you know. And this particular time he came in, he snapped when he said it.
Yeah, I had enough.
And so for me, I don't like being yelled at. It doesn't sit well with me. I immediately close up. Like a little clam. I shut tight.
Yeah, but y'all know she remembered it though. Huh?
And so
she remember what the fuck I said though.
Oh, I remember all things.
Yeah. So that means fill a fucking water jug. That's what it means.
I don't do it all the time still, but I understand his point. But my point in it is initially I didn't say anything. I did exactly what he wanted me to do. I filled up the ice, I filled up the water thing, I straightened up the living room, put some stuff, and he's just talking to me like everything is good. He said what he said, and everything else is good, right?
That's a wrap. Dude.
And so,
who the fuck we got to ring on about?
Stop.
It don't make us.
He putting on for y'all. I'm just letting you know.
No.
Because in the end, of that, yes, you are. You putting on for that. In the end, it was, well, what's wrong? So we're not talking, and I'm like, you yelled at me. Like, you yelled at me over some fucking water. What is we doing here? You could have just said, babe, I'm tired of filling this shit up.
How many times I told you?
It don't matter. It don't matter.
So I gotta keep repeating myself.
Yeah, you sure the fuck do.
You see what one she remember? Do y'all understand that? Do y'all see which one she remember?
And I still don't feel up.
The one that pissed off, the one she fucking remember.
See,
right?
She don't do it for
all the fucking time. She didn't remember, and I gotta keep filling this bitch up.
And he still had to fill it up.
Which one she remember now?
He had to fill it up the other day.
Which one she remember?
He drinks it the most.
A lie. Which one gotta fill that motherfucking Brita picture up?
The whole
it's a big old fucking
It's
picture.
not that big. Anyway.
A lie. That thing is that fucking
Stop
big.
lying. You so extra.
I'll go get that bitch. Don't play on me. I'll go get it and show the people.
Go show them.
Man, whatever. I don't want to hear that bullshit.
But so I find that when I start, so a big thing for Troy and I is very simple. When we have a problem and I bring a problem to him or he brings a problem to me, I can't shift weight. And that's what we call it.
That's what we call it. Shift weight. You can't do that.
If Troy comes to me and say, babe, you need to fill up this water filter. I'm tired of being the only one to fill it up. At least fill it up once or twice a week just to make me feel better. I can't be like, well, I'm the one that's always washing clothes. You don't ever wash your own clothes.
See, right there.
That's shifting weight.
Fuck that.
I'm taking it off of me and I'm putting it on him. And we don't do that because.
And we'll tell each other. Like, say I do something. And I get, say if I say something to her, well, such and such and such, she can't go and say, well, you did. No. We talking about what's happening right now. No fucking shifting weight. Deal with what we talking about right now. Not what the fuck I did. You should have brought that up then. Right. You should have brought, I don't want to hear nothing about what, we call that shifting weight. Fucking shifting weight from your ass trying to put it back on the person who's saying, don't shift.
And that's
you
one
can't
of those,
shift weight.
that's that argument, right? That's that argument that a typical female would get into.
Yeah,
like,
she would get like,
fuck
that, such and such.
fuck that, because
And-
you do A, B, C, D, you
Right.
ain't do such and such, such. And we find that if we don't do it,
yeah,
and
yeah.
we only address the issue at hand,
Mhm.
I'm better at listening to what his issue is
Right.
versus
You want
us
some
just
of it?
going, yes, please, versus us just going back and forth in an argument. And,
Right.
and nothing gets solved.
Right.
And so the agreement from the beginning
Yeah, from the beginning.
has been, okay, this is how we're gonna handle it. And you can't bring up no shit from the past because that shit's in the past. And you know, it don't transfer.
No.
So either we deal with it now so that we don't have to worry about it in the past, and we're both guilty of trying
Yeah,
to
yeah,
do
but
that.
the other one too, the other one say, no, you can't shift weight. You be like, you know what? Right. That's what we agreed upon.
Right.
All right. You're right. I'm gonna take my fucking lick right now.
And that's the boundaries that like we set
Bro, we long time ago.
long time ago. Like Troy and I have only been dating, most people will be surprised. Troy and I have only been dating 6 years.
Right.
We've only been married 4.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, we'll be 4 in October.
Yeah.
And the funny part of our relationship is I've known my brother-in-law,
Yeah.
his middle brother, 31 years, as old as my son is.
Oh, wow.
Damn.
Wow.
And I've never known Troy.
That's the never met.
My second cousin,
Yeah. Was one of my best
Troy,
friends.
and he were like this. Like he used to
We was
sleep
little
over at
kids.
each other's house
Yeah,
when
we
they
were
were
little
younger.
kids.
I never knew Troy.
Never knew me.
And if you look at even the proximity in which my grandparents lived and his mother and them lived, it was in close proximity.
Right.
Never
And I
knew
went
him.
to a school, a high school was pretty much
Right around the corner
right
from my
around
house.
the corner from West.
And
we
mutual
got a small
friends,
sister.
and
Yeah.
mutual friends in our circle, I have known 20, 30
Yeah,
years easy,
And it's the same with me, but I never met.
and I've never met them.
That shit was
It seemed like that sound like that, you know, it was destined that y'all met at the right time. Because see, if
Right.
y'all had met, you know, earlier, we might not be sitting right here right now.
right.
I agree with that. Yeah.
And you know, New Orleans not a big city. You know what I'm saying?
Everybody can hear.
You can go from one part to another part in like at the most 20 minutes. It's not like most big cities where, especially like Houston, it takes you a long time to get to somebody's house. Different.
Yeah, here is 15, 20 minutes unless
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
traffic, and maybe 30, 45 minutes. If there's an
At the
accident,
most.
if there's an accident, it's probably like an hour. And that's the most that you really have to get in and around the city. But so if we are so like Troy's moment of I want to be, this is definitely the woman. So if you get to the point where Troy and I actually got married, it was one of those in passing, we were having a conversation with his sister-in-law and his cousin. And he was
Mr.
like,
Canada. Right.
he was like, I'm we gonna go to this game, to this fight, and at the fight, we just gonna get married and stuff. Now the fight never happened. I can't
Yeah.
remember what fight it was.
What fight was that?
I think it was supposed to be Errol Spence and Pacquiao.
Yeah.
And who?
And Pacquiao.
That was Errol Spence and Pacquiao. That was what? That shit was 2021, right?
Yeah.
August.
2018 was this fight was in
Yeah,
2018.
it was
Shouldn't have been
20.
no Errol
It was-
Spence and Pacquiao because
I forgot who it was. It was Errol
Whoever the
Spence.
fight was, we were going to see.
what was it? Was it Keith Thurman and Pacquiao? No,
No,
that was
he got,
2019.
because he got canceled. Which one of the fights got canceled?
It was supposed to be a December fight in Vegas.
Yeah.
And they canceled it.
Right. November.
November fight, and
Yeah,
they canceled it.
they
It was
canceled.
November 2018, and they canceled that fight. It
Well,
was a
Errol
Spence
Spence.
fight.
Yeah.
You said it was a Spence fight, or is it
It
what?
was. Mr.
Yeah.
Mechanical said it was EJ versus Danny.
No, that was 2020. 2020. That was
Anyway,
2020.
whoever the fight was, it didn't happen.
It
So
was Errol Spencer versus somebody.
and so I was planning a trip
And you know,
out
I'm like
to
2 hours from Vegas.
so I was planning a trip to Vegas. I mean, I was planning a trip to Cali. And so I was like, babe, since I'm coming out there, we might as well just might as well go and get married. And he said, all right.
Fuck.
So it was literally like a 48-hour plan. And we stayed at the Bellagio Hotel for the night.
Yeah.
We
And
had
all kind of egg.
well, a friend of ours sent strawberry chocolate.
Y'all did it in Vegas.
Yeah, we didn't want to. We both had
we
to
basically
walk down
eloped because we had all done, and both of us had done the church already.
Yeah,
and it was just like that
Waste
didn't
of
work.
money.
So I think our entire wedding, we did do a reception later, but our wedding might have cost us with the hotel $500.
Yeah.
So that's how our marriage even came about. It was on a whim. It was one of those, let's just go ahead and do it because we've been together so long. We had dated 2 years.
I forgot who one of it had to be Errol.
Yeah, I know it was a November fight because we had talked about it.
Because and the fight didn't happen, and she was coming down anyway. So we went to Vegas anyway, and we was like, before she got there, he was like, we might as well just go get married. I was like, you're right. Now listen to this though, and everybody will tell y'all in my family.
Everybody.
I had said, you know what? I ain't never get married again.
Never.
I ain't never get married again.
Never.
And usually I'm strong on, with my constitution. What? Bruh.
He ain't never met me.
Yeah. I give you that, man. I give you that. Fucking right. Fucking right. I'm gonna stick with that.
He ain't never met me.
That's right. Fuck that. And Kia, if you look at like regular media and shit, they don't portray us you don't see us being portrayed with values and black love. You know what I'm saying, dog? You know what I'm saying? They look at us like all we do is we fuck hoes, we make babies, and we don't take care of them. So, right. That's basically what this show is about. You know what I'm saying? To promote positivity, and that even if you've been through rough times with other people who you were involved with, you know what I'm saying? Don't take that out on the person that you with now.
Yeah, don't carry. Everybody comes with baggage. Right. But it's how you unpack that baggage, and don't take something that someone else did to you or made you feel a certain way and put that on the person that you're with, because that person isn't them. Right. You have to judge a person on what they do to and for you.
Right.
I have conversations a lot of times with especially young Black women. That conversation, I don't need a man. Type of thing. And I say, that I don't need a man conversation comes from the feminist movement. And so if you look at the feminist movement, Black women, all of a sudden they want to be feminists, but there was no need for a Black woman to ever be a feminist because a Black woman has never been denied work. We have always worked in our entire existence.
In this country.
There has never been a Black woman that did not have to work to support or help in support of their Black family at any time.
Even if there was a
stay-at-home mom.
You gonna watch all these motherfucking clothes.
You know what I'm saying? Like being a Black woman is working. And so when you look at the feminist movement was about white women needing to be more than. And people can take that however they want, because I really don't care. But white women wanted to be able to have a decision in how they live and what they did, versus that's pregnant in a kitchen cooking barefoot, whatever. right? Black women never had that. Black women always had to work. My titty had to be some white woman's white baby's milk. If I was working in the field, I had, you know what I'm saying? Like black women in general always had to work. They always had to be something. Don't be worrying about my in the house. In the house, I was in the house, but that's all right. The point is, when we adapt to a movement that was never for us, it was because white women needed black women to move. They couldn't move without us.
Right.
So when we start to promote and tell you, Black Queen, fix your crown, baby. I got you. And I'm not going to tear you down because it makes me feel better, because you are who I am. You am I am you.
Right.
So to tear you down doesn't do me any better.
Right.
Maya Angelou
I'm just
man.
saying. Stop.
Look at Maya Angelou.
My point, you stupid Chad. The point is, though, I have those conversations because I find that as I get older and I start looking at 50, like it's almost there, like it's like a year down the road. You know what I'm saying? That half a century. I realize that we are further than we were, but we've reached that point where, okay, you see me. So, you know, I find that as Black women, we get to a point and we either have to say, no matter what, I am the backbone to my king.
Mm-hmm.
Whether I'm the breadwinner, whether I'm the one making the most money or not, this is my head of household, and I'm his backbone.
Mm-hmm.
So when people tell you, you know, my statement is, men build foundations.
Mm-hmm.
Women breed nations.
Right.
But a nation cannot be bred without a firm foundation. I don't want cracks in my foundation. You know what I'm saying? I don't want cracks. So in order for my foundation not to have a crack, I have to make sure that I keep him exactly where he needs to be. I don't allow him to run and he don't allow me to run.
Right.
Because in any relationship, and what a lot of people fail to realize is servitude is not isolated. As a wife, I serve my husband.
Mm-hmm.
As a husband, he serves his wife.
Yeah. Who most of the
My husband.
Yeah.
I work.
You work a day job.
I work a day job. So he be cooking for me because by the time I get home, it's like 5:30, 6 o'clock. He be ready to eat by that time. But, you know, servitude, people don't like terms of master and servant, but the reality is that if you place God in the center of whatever bond that you have, that three-corded rope is husband, wife, and God in the middle. I used to tell you, you know, I have that grilled cheese, you know, God is the cheese, keeps it nice and firm and fermented. The reason that is because if I can't be this, if I can't be everything that my husband needs me to be, then I've already lost whatever there was that we had. I can't leave nothing for the streets.
Yeah.
Pay attention to me. Pay attention to me, people.
I say less.
Nothing for the streets. My husband don't have to want or need or desire anybody outside because I am everything.
Yeah.
He wants me to be inside. I only have one boundary.
Let's say that again, though.
In the sheets.
My husband never has to look outside of my home because I am everything he needs me to be.
Absolutely.
Everything.
Yeah. I like it. Look how happy I look.
You know,
Yeah.
I don't. There's no boundaries. When my husband be like, as raw as we gonna keep it 100, right, Keith?
Yeah.
When my husband say, "Babe, you gonna give me some?"
No, I don't say it like
He
that.
don't say it like that.
Yeah, no, I don't say it like
He don't
that.
say it like that. But, babe, you gonna give me some?
No,
I
I
be
don't
like,
say it like that.
how you say it?
Tell how you say it.
You want to hear it, Keith?
Yeah, tell how you say it. They want it raw.
What?
He raw. He nasty.
You gonna give me some pussy?
You gonna give me some pussy or
Let's
what?
go. Fuck it. Come on.
But the reality is that's how it is. You gonna give me some or what? Absolutely.
Yeah.
What
But
you want?
hey, now I'm gonna tell y'all. I got a different little soldier right here. She'll tell you. She'll come out, butt ass naked, come in the living room and be like, nigga,
What we doing?
What's happening?
What we doing?
I'm not kidding, y'all.
What we doing?
She'll be like, come on, have sex with your wife. What's happening? I just, hey, who the fastest stripper you ever seen?
Yes.
Nigga, I take my clothes off.
I'm saying
My shit
5 seconds, bro.
No,
It's like,
my shit is off, nigga. It's
I was
over.
like, let me tell you,
Nigga, it's over.
the first time
Oh,
Troy ever got
God
naked in front of
damn.
me, I was like, God damn,
Yeah.
let your clothes go.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't be bullshit.
But
Hey.
I learned long time ago.
Butt ass naked, nigga.
As
In
a wife,
heartbeat. What?
as a wife, I never tell my husband no.
Yeah.
Never.
And
I can be
Men don't like
tired.
hold on.
Men do not like to hear no. I'm gonna tell you
But
that
that-
men don't like to hear no.
Now, I'm gonna tell you though. But the thing about it is, when we was dating, I let her know what I like and don't like. I don't fucking tolerate us cussing each other out. I done been there, done that, and so her disrespect can fuck a relationship up, right? We never cuss at each other. We never cuss each other out. None of that shit. We don't do none of that. Like, we'll sit there and I'll be like, if I say something she pissed off about, and she'll tell me, she'll never cuss me out. Because we established that early in the game. When we was dating, it's like, look, I've been through relationships where it got disrespectful, right? So I'm not gonna tolerate that car. I'm gonna just tell you, fuck you, and I'm out. Straight up. I'm too old for fucking foolishness, right? So I take zero foolishness.
Yeah.
Zero, dog. When I tell you zero foolishness, it's zero fucking foolishness.
He has a zero tolerance.
Yeah. I don't fuck all that, bro. I mean, because you know what? I done been through all of the little fucking. I done been through the teeny bopper heartache. I done been through the college heartache bullshit. I done been through even fucking being married before. So none of that shit, dog. It got to the point where it was like, I'm not dealing with no foolishness from no motherfucker. If I gotta be with 100 of these motherfuckers until I find the right one, and I had already said, I'm not ever getting married. Ever. I'm not getting married again. Well, that shit was a lie. That was a lie. Because God brought her into my life, straight up. And
Right.
I firmly believe that, dog. I firmly believe God brought her into my life. Because we fit like
a glove.
Yeah, we feel like nobody ever seen, bro. So
I don't tell my husband no, and then I always show him that I desire him more than anything else.
Yeah.
Like I think my biggest thing is
Hold on, Troy. What you got in that jar?
moonshine.
Oh, that's apple pie. Apple
Moonshine.
pie moonshine, bro.
Moonshine.
Yeah.
Let me do it, man. We want to see. I want to see what you got.
What you got, baby?
It's Old Smoky apple pie moonshine.
Right here, right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's that shit that had your dick in the dirt.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. You gotta be a man. You can't be no bitch.
You can't.
You can't be no bitch nigga for real. You gotta be a man fucking with this shit.
So
And I ate a gummy earlier.
he
Too.
did. He a little high.
Yeah. I'm feeling good.
Yeah.
So my question to I really need a man's perspective. And Gina, I want your perspective on what I said as far as, you know, women and how they see things. Because I know you said you're an old soul.
Mhm.
And so, you know, when an old soul, that's that whole courting. You want to be courted. You want to feel valued, that kind of thing.
I don't know if I necessarily want to be courted.
What do you consider
As a
courting?
woman, like it's just my values. Like, I don't necessarily want to be courted. It's just me as far as like the way women nowadays, how they treat men and stuff like that. Like the way that I was kind of raised, you know, if a man is like doing his job, you know, like my mom always said, you know, if a man is paying the bills or whatever, his backwater should be made, his dinner should be made, and stuff like that. Like,
Wow.
as far as like that, like I don't feel like I should be courted. I don't feel like I should be courted, but I know how I want to be treated, and it's kind of like what I'm giving. I kind of want that back.
But isn't that courting? It's
Well,
just
I guess.
it's just evolved into a different understanding. But courting just means meet me at my level.
Yeah, true. Yeah, you're right. You're
Where
right.
you from?
Match my energy.
I'm from here, but my mother, she's from Louisiana. Her
Hey!
from Homer,
What you
Louisiana.
talking
It's all right. We take the country people too.
Yeah. What part of Louisiana you
Homer.
Homer.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, Homer, Louisiana. That's all
Yeah.
right, girl. And that Louisiana is good
Yeah.
to ya.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm proud of you. Nigga. Proud of you, nigga.
That's right. Bring it on.
Proud of you, Keith. Got you a fucking Louisiana girl. Nigga.
Oh no, yeah. She a real one for sure.
We hold it down.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, for
Keith,
sure.
as a black man, and I know a lot of people, young people, you know, this Gen Z millennial era, they look at things a lot differently. You know, love is love, and all of that. But when a man finds, I'm about to quote the Bible, and I'm bad at it, but
Okay.
when a man finds a wife,
Find a good thing.
he finds a good thing.
Yeah.
So when do you know? And everything matters. You know, you taking life experiences and when is it right? When is it not? What are we doing? How are we? All of that's important. But when you knew that Gina was that one you wanted to commit yourself to, even in just the relationship, nobody but me and her, were you looking for it or did it just happenstance?
Nah, like in the beginning, no, I didn't want to be in no relationship, and I wasn't looking for that at all. Because I had been in like Troy was saying, like I had been in a long relationship, and that shit wasn't it, you know. But when I knew, she didn't know, you know. So I knew for a long time before she knew, because the thing is I came to the realization that like I just want to analyze. Like me, I want to see a lot of women they get to acting crazy when they know like, okay, well, we in a relationship. Then that shit change. You know? So me, I just wanted to analyze the situation for a while before she knew, you know, real talk. So I knew I had been known way before she knew, you know. But I didn't want to tell her because I didn't want her to get to acting crazy and changing up.
Yeah. You was
So
being
I'm just keeping it real. So I had been known, you know, but she didn't know, you know. But in my head, I knew like, okay, yeah, this, you know. but I just want to see if she gonna change up, if she gonna start acting crazy, if she gonna start acting.
You was being 007.
Yeah, right. Because you gotta analyze it. Because I done been through, like I said, like when you learn, like you go through certain situations, and a smart, wise man is gonna learn from the situations that he been in. And you can't move the same way, you got to move different, because if you move the same way, you probably gonna get the same results.
Right.
Mhm.
So I like to analyze a situation for a long time before making that decision. But like I said, in my head, I knew. Before she knew, before I even let her know.
Right. Right. Hey, that's all right, Keith.
So, Gina, what was it about Keith that made you know he was worth committing yourself to?
I don't know. We had a lot in common. Like I kind of knew right away, but I was
Like
actually scared. I was kind of scared, to be honest, because we had a lot in common. So I kind of was just, I analyzed myself. So I kind of was just rolling with the punches, just going along. But I knew right away too.
So let me ask, what do you know your love language?
Yes, I do.
What is your love language?
My love language is physical touch.
Physical touch.
She try to be PG. Her love language is fucking.
I ain't mad at you, girl.
Ain't nothing wrong with it, Pepper.
Do you? So, Key, what's your love language?
We got the same love language.
Oh,
yeah, we do. That's how I express my love. Like that's
Yeah, because he's not very.
I really didn't even. And you know what?
Whether it's loving her, whether it's that exposure when you're outside, you grab her ass. Because my husband does that a lot.
He's not very expressive, so that's
well, that's how I express it in that way, and like certain things like I'll do for a woman, to let them know that I don't just do that for anybody. But I wasn't really too up on love language. She taught me about it.
Hold up,
like real talk.
Just pass through that. We just
what happened?
Nah, nigga. We gonna just
huh?
Y'all do it for everybody.
Yeah, we gonna just pass through.
There's certain things I do. I don't do for everybody. What is that certain thing?
Yeah, we gotta elaborate.
No, I'm just saying it don't have to be like something serious. It could just be small things, like
Yeah. Y'all get it. See people in the chat, y'all get it, don't you?
Yeah, it could be small things. Hey, it could be.
Hey, we done made Keon blush, y'all.
Nah, hey, y'all. Hey, I stay tight always. You know what I'm saying? 24/7.
Oh shit, we got Keith blushing.
Hey, my man. I was laughing at Ambo. My man, Sir Ambo said he analyzed this for 4 years, and I was feeling that shit that he said.
Wait a minute, my nigga. We gonna.
What's up, Detroit?
We gonna. Detroit, BC, what's happening? No. We gonna
go past it. We're not gonna analyze it.
See,
no.
You know what?
We're not gonna analyze it. We're gonna go ahead and move past that.
Yeah.
Well, shit, I might. Okay. I go to a lot of boxing events, right?
Right.
Like I fly out, we go. I'll take her somewhere with me. I ain't finna take no other woman like that. You know what I'm saying? Unless I'm really, feeling you like that. Right. I ain't one of them dudes that's just gonna trick and just, get a random woman. Oh, we can go on the trip and I don't do all that.
We know something like that. I just want you to know. We know something like that.
Bro. They gotta do that. We used to be real close.
Yeah, but as far as the love language thing, what I was saying is that I really didn't even really know too much about that. And she taught me about that. And I was like, damn, you know what? We got that in common. Because I'm the same way, but I just never really tapped into it and thought about it like that.
Yeah, because like Troy and I am a person that acts of service is my love language. So Troy doing things for me like cooking, taking different, just relieving certain stresses, knowing when I get home I don't have to worry about this done because it's already done because my husband is taking care of that.
Yeah.
My husband's love language is quality time.
Yeah.
And that for him, spending that time with him, whether it's us just sitting in the living room together watching YouTube or just
watching Keon and everything boxing, y'all go subscribe.
That's right.
That's most of y'all already.
That's right.
So,
it's those things. So what we do match in, he's high on quality time. For me, it's always been quantity is not as important as quality. So, if we spend 3 or 4 days together, what's up? 817.
Get started.
What's up with it?
817 in the building.
Hey.
Yes, sir. 817.
So because of that, like I know that just time with my husband is important to him. For me, physical touch is important. And words of affirmation. Like I love that my husband loves to compliment.
Yeah, I love it.
Elaborate on that. I know what you're saying, but like, what are some things that you like to hear?
So when my husband and I, if I'm just sitting at home, like sometimes you get kind of, I'm just sitting around.
Me myself, I'll probably need to work on that.
Right. So my husband will tell me I'm beautiful even when I'm not expecting.
Yeah. She'll be watching TV. I go,
Girl,
you 5 is a mother. You pretty.
So if I pass him, he'll grab my ass.
Oh
yeah. If we're sitting there and we're just watching TV, all of a sudden he'll look at me and be like,
"Nigga, I'm lucky." Yeah, I'm lucky.
It's those nuances of love. Not that you expect it, but that's how he really and truly feels.
Yeah.
And then oftentimes I'll just be like, try. He'll be like, what, babe? I love you, babe.
I love you too,
It's 6 years we've been together, 4 years we've been married. And when I look at my husband, I feel like we're just dating eternally.
Right.
Because we go out, we have date nights.
Yeah. When this
is all said and done, we gonna have karaoke.
Yeah.
So I can sing a little bit.
Y'all, this motherfucker can sing her ass off, dog. Girl can sing her ass off. I ain't saying that because that's my wife, because she'll tell you, I will boo a motherfucker at karaoke.
She can sing.
Nigga, what?
Oh my God!
I will boo.
Let me tell you what my husband does, Lord Jesus. We were.
I will boo you, nigga.
We were at the bar. So
old people, lame people.
We were doing geriatric karaoke.
Nigga, fuck that. I'm gonna boo you.
You heard what I said? We were doing geriatric karaoke, and my husband was like, "Babe, I can't take it.
I gotta leave because I'm gonna kill one of these old ass people, dog. I can't do it. No, I can't, dog.
Oh my God!
I was like, man, why is all these fucking goofy ass, old ass white people? Dog, I'm just being real. Fuck it. I'm telling you what it was. I'm not. Hey, y'all can come after me, but I don't give a fuck.
He don't.
He
boo everybody.
I will boo you, dog.
Boo. Like boo.
I will boo you.
Boo.
I will boo you at karaoke, nigga.
I be like, babe, it's like 15 minutes of fame. Let the person have their minutes.
No, fuck that. Boo.
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 Like,
nigga,
now you know 95% of people that sing karaoke can't sing.
And look, if she was fucked up, nigga, I'll boo the fuck out.
Now he has done that to me. He
did
do that to me. I have been drinking.
I've
been drinking. And I was not there. He was like, all right, babe, that's enough. Don't do
Yeah,
that.
yeah, I'm a booty, dog. I
You
don't
sit
give
your
a
ass
fuck.
down now. It's enough.
That
Yeah.
nigga.
I will
This
booty you,
nigga.
Ooh.
This nigga.
Ooh.
What's funny
Oh, yeah, I'm a
though?
booty.
What's funny is that he has the tendency he be like, babe, sing this song. I don't want to sing that song.
She can sing her ass
Babe,
off,
sing
dog.
that
I'm
song.
being
I don't
real.
want to sing that song. And I'm like, so then he'll look at me.
They dropped the
like,
link again.
damn.
817, nigga. You get your girl, nigga, come holler.
You know, it's funny how he keeps telling me to drop the link, like he can't use the mouse.
Yeah, you gonna do it. Yeah. Come on now. Finish on.
Anyway, so since y'all understand y'all love language is physical touch.
Yeah, they both are free.
Oh, that's what you call it. That's
what it is. That's what it is.
I'm a Scorpio, so
he always about fucking.
Yeah.
Me too.
Like that's like way up here.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell your ass. Come on.
So and he boasts.
Yeah.
He boasts. He's a boaster. He's one of those. I dicked you down today.
Yeah. I fuck out there.
I put that dick on you, didn't I?
Yeah. I'm telling you, real.
I put
You
that dick on you,
if
didn't
you
I?
gotta ask, you shouldn't have to ask.
No, I don't ask, nigga.
No. He telling you. That's not asking a question. I put that dick on you.
I put that dick on you. It ain't no.
He's telling you.
No. I put the dick on you.
Hey, he's telling
You know,
you gotta go to sleep.
And then I be like, then I have to play it out because we both alphas in this house. There's two alphas. Yeah. So he be like, I put that dick on you. I'm like, you was alright.
Yeah. Wow, ass her motherfucking eyes closed. And her motherfucking eyes closed. Yeah. I put the dick on you. I don't want to hear that push. Yeah. You can sit here and laugh all you want. You know. The dick on.
All in all.
I know my neighbors. Listen,
they know my name. I know that.
Yeah. I put that dick up. I don't fuck with nobody. Yeah. Oh.
I don't complain.
Oh, yeah.
I ain't complaining.
Yeah.
At all. I ain't complaining at all. I ain't complaining.
Yes, sir.
You stupid.
Yeah, you can say whatever you
so
want.
Look.
You know, I've been putting that dick on you.
Yeah, for 6 years. You've been doing it for 6 years.
Yeah.
So look, we got 15 minutes because we're leaving at 2 hours. We're leaving in 15 minutes.
Okay, well, let me ask her, do I put that dick on you?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Come on, Gina.
Go ahead.
He put that dick on you.
You put that dick on you. My dog. That's what I'm talking about. My dog.
Now, Gina, I just want you to know, I let my husband claim that crown. I do let him claim it.
No,
but
sister
to sister. Yeah. You be putting that pussy on you too?
Do I?
I don't have a problem with it.
Do you what?
I don't have a problem with that.
Oh, yeah.
She put it out.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Guess what? Hey, you like me? Y'all niggas, whoever on the internet, y'all ain't gonna fuck up my garden.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. She try to outfuck me, and can't nobody. And I feel nobody outfuck me.
That's what I'm talking about, my nigga.
That's how it's supposed to be.
That's what I'm talking about.
We in a competition every night.
Competition.
Yes.
Yeah.
Every night. Who gonna go to sleep first?
Yeah. She going to sleep. Fuck that. She going to sleep.
For real. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna outfuck. Hey, you ain't gonna outfuck Sweet James.
Yeah, the fuck no.
You know what I'm saying?
Keep my niggas.
Outfuck Sweet James.
Hey, you know I was supposed to be out there this weekend, bro. My cousin who I was staying with when I went out there to Aerospace Park. Man, her and her husband celebrating their 50th. No, they both about to make. Yeah, they about.
But you gonna be in Dallas?
Yeah,
we were going,
bro, this weekend.
Okay.
But it's hard for me to do that 8-hour drive. I'm still in that healing process. So,
8 hours
'cause
ain't shit, man. I did 30, what was it? I did 30 something hours. Not
I
too
know,
long.
but keep in mind,
That-
Keon, if
Woo.
I was a different person, remember, as a breast cancer survivor, my last surgery was in March of this year.
Oh.
And so that long drive makes it hard for me. It takes me roughly 24 hours to, recover from an 8-hour drive.
Right.
So that's the part. That's why we didn't go. If we were able to fly, it would be easier. But so
It happened too fast. Though.
it did.
Like she decided to do this shit quick.
It was about 2 weeks.
Yeah.
But when you're trying to plan things. But back to relationships. So let me ask you an honest question. Because I be asking my husband all the time, because I be trying to get in the mind of men.
Uh-huh.
And it's very hard to do. I know how women feel when it comes to me. But as a man, when there's a fine line between jealousy and protective. Do you understand what that line is and how far you can get into it? Because jealousy, I believe, and you can disagree with me, and I'm okay with that. But jealousy, I believe, is wanting something that is not yours.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Protecting is this man, and I will fuck up anybody that crosses into my garden.
Yeah, but 9 out of 10 times.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Keon.
All right.
So I know my husband is very protective of his wife and his family, no matter who it is. I mean, if a guy look at me 2 ways sideways and he don't think that it's coming from a good place, he gonna be like, mm-mm. So my question to you, Keon, is, do you understand that line, and have you ever been jealous behind Gina, or have you always been protective of Gina?
Nah, I'm not a jealous type of person. I really I know how men do, just as long as they don't get out of line. You feel me? I'm not I'm not one of them. If we go somewhere and I'm looking around to see who's looking and see, I ain't one of them type of dudes, because I feel like, right, I'm not worried about what that next dude is doing, just as long as that he don't get out of pocket, right? Everybody got eyeballs. People gonna look, just as long as you don't get out of pocket, you don't put your hands on it, right?
Right.
So I'm not really focused on none of that. Like, I'm not a jealous type of dude, right? My whole thing is like, hey, just as long as she ain't on that type of shit, right? Now, if she responds to it, then we got a problem. But like, no, I don't have no reason to be jealous. And honestly, if you got a woman that you gotta just be jealous like that, it's either you got a problem or she ain't the woman for you.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's either one of the two, and you need to figure out which one it is.
Okay, so Gina, let me ask you, because I know how I respond when my husband is surrounded around women. It's never belligerent. It is always more like a dog pissing on a tree.
Yeah.
If my husband is surrounded by women, I tend to go over to him, lean into him, give him a kiss, ask him if he needs anything. And when he says he needs nothing, then I walk away. Because in that sense, I'm not saying anything to the women around him, and verbally, but in everything I'm saying, this man, you can fuck with him if you want, but I got something for you.
Yeah.
So my question to you is, do you have a way of making your presence known, or do you feel like you have to make your presence known if, say, Keon is talking to a group of women or finds himself where women are speaking to him, that kind of thing?
No, honestly, I haven't had that experience.
You ain't married to a Q.
Huh?
Yeah, but that ain't got nothing.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I haven't had that experience. I think I've kind of like from my past, like I've kind of learned. I just feel like if a man is into you, like, or wants you, like, the other females don't matter. So I just feel like if he's for me, then you know he's
Well, you can say
not gonna be interested in those other women. But if he is interested in those other women, then obviously he wasn't for me. So I don't really.
Right. I mean,
Yeah, because Troy. So Troy is an Omega,
right.
and so the first conclave I've ever been a part of was the one here in New Orleans, and it told me everything I needed to know about bitches and hoes.
Yeah.
Because I was in awe at how women threw themselves at an Omega. And women throw themselves at my husband. He got pretty eyes, he got that light complexion.
Yeah.
And case in point would be on Sunday, he was at work and this bitch kept trying to be all up in his face.
Yeah, she was trying to give him some pussy.
Trying to give him some.
Yeah,
and she was like, your wife ain't gotta know. And my husband was like, but God will know.
Yeah.
That kind of shit.
Mhm.
So
this shit happen all the time.
all the time.
And I tell her about it, but
I mean, we tell it when niggas hit on me, I'll be the first thing to be like, babe, you should just let it go. He really
that
thought
should be hilarious.
he was gonna get it. I was working at a storage company, and this guy kept coming into the store trying to get my attention.
Mhm.
And then finally, I called my Troy. I was like, babe, you gotta come over here because I need this guy to not be here.
Yeah, I went piss on my fire.
That was the one time he really did.
I pissed on my fire, nigga. This nigga, you in the wrong area, right? This is my area.
He surely did.
I ain't gonna lie. He said, come over. I said, okay, no problem. Came over there.
Well, see, I haven't really had that experience. I'm like, I've kind of gotten off of social media, so, and I'm a homebody, so all I do is like I go to work. I don't have that interaction with other men. If I do tell them, but I'm not on no social media platform. I just go to work. I come home, so I don't have that. I try not to because I don't want to hear anything because I know how females are. I just, you know. So I haven't had that experience or anything like that.
So tell me this: how hard was it to have Keon bring you on today?
Huh?
How hard was it to have Keon bring you on tonight?
Cause
but I didn't want to tell him no, so I'm like, oh my god, I have to do it. Like,
because Keon be like, you don't be wanting to come on at all.
I don't. I like to be in the background. I don't like to
superstar now. He is an internet superstar. You gotta understand.
I know.
Hey.
I like to be in the background. I don't like to be seen.
She know boxing too. She know boxing.
Yeah,
she be scared though. She be scared to even comment.
All right, Gina, look, this is what we got to do. Me and you, sis.
Hey,
okay. Me and you.
I'm gonna tell you, that's my brother right there. Ask him. Did he tell you about the time he had it down?
Did he tell you that we invited him to Dak Prescott's suite?
Yeah, he did. I was salty because I wasn't there. So.
She was mad because see, hold on. See, it was a men's. See, I was with my partners. It was a men's trip, and she wanted to go, but it wasn't. She went to the Wilder joint. You know what I'm saying? The Spence was a men's trip. It was all, shit. Troy, no, it was a men's trip. So she was mad because she couldn't go to that one.
Well, let me tell you, Gina, next time there's a fight, me and you.
The Spence and Crawford. She already told me. I don't give a fuck what you saying. I'm going to Spence and Crawford.
Yeah. Me and you, sis. Me and you. Because when they doing their little thing, me and you could be all up in there.
Hey,
I
listen,
love Vegas.
I
Let me
ain't
tell you.
I ain't gonna lie. We had a good. I met Keon. That was my first time meeting. That was dope.
And I ain't gonna lie, we had a good ass time in
Yeah.
We did.
He was trying to call you though.
I'm gonna be honest.
And a strength and conditioning coach from the Cowboys said no, and he was like, all right.
I'm gonna be honest. I was actually surprised at Keon because when I first saw him, I was like, he don't look the same. And my husband was like, "Nah, he looked the same." I said, "I mean, he do."
He had them glasses.
But
on. See, them glasses.
He looked like on, when we meet on YouTube, he is just like, he don't have no glasses. He don't have no nothing.
Glasses on.
So when we met him, he was like, "I'm cool."
Yeah.
Yeah.
She told me I don't be having no glasses, no jewelry.
Right.
He having glasses on.
That's why I judged him at first. Like, oh no, he's a fuck boy.
You know what? I got that though. I really did.
That word.
That's the one that we use.
I got that.
I'm not feeling that fuckboy word. That shit ain't.
Player,
I mean,
she
but
thought you was a player. Say player.
Player, I guess.
No, he was a.
Nah, fuck that.
Right? That's what we use as women.
You ain't gonna be fucking with my boy Keith like that.
That's what we use.
Don't say fuck boy, because that's terrible.
That's not who he was, but that's what she thought he was.
No,
By
she
his
thought he
look.
was a player.
But was I clean though? Was I clean though?
Okay, wait.
Yeah.
So are we standing in truth or are we creating lies because we on YouTube?
Nah, fuck
Because
that.
her truth is, I thought he was a fuck boy
But-
and realized he wasn't.
No.
Exactly.
See, nah, fuck that. No. Because it was the definition of her word fuck boy mean the nigga was a player.
And
That's
he
what it
probably was before he met her.
Yeah. That's fine and well. But the fucking definitions need to be straightened
You
up.
see what I'm saying? This is the
gotta
kind of
have-
shit I deal with. I just want you to know.
No, because you ain't gonna.
They're the same way. I see why they get along.
Yeah,
Yes!
that's my dude.
Goddamn right.
Okay.
They're just like
I
Right.
never thought I would have a partner from the internet.
yeah.
Hey, Teach, I do want to tell you, he was definitely taller than I expected him to be.
Yeah.
Really.
But like I said, we wasn't expecting.
She was expecting a regular nigga.
Yeah. Her word for fuckboy is not right.
Okay.
Oh, but let's be Keon already established that he was prior to his daughter coming into his life full time. He was
I was
fuckboy.
it was before that. But like we gonna say because I was in the long relationship before that. So we gonna say like
No, I wasn't
from like 2014 from 2013 on. Yeah, we was
But you wasn't a fuckboy though.
I'm saying from 2013 to the night from the 90s to 2013. Yeah, it was going down.
But you was a player. That's called
a player. You was
not no fuckboy.
On some real player shit. It wasn't no fuck boy.
I'm standing with my Gina. Gina, me and you standing together. He was a fuck boy.
No.
Prior to meeting you, he was a fuck boy.
And then he looked like one.
Y'all gonna call him a fuck boy.
See, y'all gotta come up with a different definition.
No, that's what.
Why?
Because that shit just don't sound right. That just sounds like
Oh, but you can call. Hold up.
They both from the
Stop.
80s.
So you can call a woman a bitch and a hoe, but we gotta call you a player instead of a fuck boy.
Player sounds a lot better than fuck boy.
You with me?
Yes, I'm with you.
Okay.
Player sound a lot better than fuck boy.
He might have been a player, but he wasn't a fuck boy. Fuck
Hey,
boy.
Yeah, that shit sound like a weak ass nigga to me.
And all that kind of shit.
Fuck boy, that shit sound
But hey, Teach, tell me what the definition of a fuck boy is.
Well,
Since you saying as a man, we gotta understand that the definition of a fuck boy is what is the definition of a fuck boy? Because I gave you a definition of what a fuck boy is.
No. Fuck that. Hold on. Stop trying to click shit. Fuck that. We ain't clicking nothing. Fuck boy. Fuck boy mean
What it mean?
that you was a simp ass nigga.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Simp. My nigga ain't no simp.
That's not what I said.
Yeah, we ain't
No.
that.
That was the definition.
Gina, is that the definition I gave? Because I don't think
no.
that's the definition I gave.
No. Stop that.
No.
Fuck boy is a nigga.
No, that's not what it
I
is.
can understand him being a nigga who's fucking with other broad, fucking around, got bitches. But as far as being a fuck boy, no. He left all that alone.
So okay, so
No,
give
no.
me, teach since you up
Fuck
now.
boy is a nigga
You
who
tell
pay for
me,
ass.
mind
How
your
about
bit.
that?
That's not the truth.
He pay for
That's
ass.
not the
Yeah,
truth.
weak ass
Tell
nigga. That's what it is.
That's
That's what it sounds like to me.
No. So I want you to
gotta
tell
give
me.
a definition.
Stop. I want you to tell me
No.
what is the definition of a hoe? Because
fuck boy
for
pay
me,
for
a
ass.
fuck boy
There you
is
go.
a hoe.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Am I wrong?
No, fuck boy
No,
pay
you're
for ass.
right. You are right.
Thank you. Thank you.
No. Fuck boy pay for ass.
No,
That's
no,
bullshit.
no.
Hold on, wait. So
none of those boys-
does a
none of
man
them
when you
got
get a hoe, does he pay for ass?
What that mean?
Cause y'all
If you-
call
if you-
y'all
that's
call
okay.
women bitches and hoes.
Yeah.
So
No,
if it's
I don't call
I said men call women bitches and hoes.
No, that's why
So
I-
women can't call a man a fuck boy when that's all he is? Stop. Stop.
Okay, let's fuck all
Stop.
that. This is what we gonna do. We gonna ask Gina right now.
So I'm gonna say this: us women, what we say when a guy is like weak or something like that, we'll either call him a trick or a bitch. So that's
Come
what that's what we
So
usually
tell
call
me
it.
what a fuck boy is.
A fuck boy is a hoe. It's a hoe.
Come on.
Exactly.
I told you that.
That's a nigga who fucking yeah. That's a nigga who fucking who fucking not a hoe. We ain't gonna call him a hoe because hoes make money. We ain't gonna call him a hoe. We calling him a nigga who fucking gets some pussy.
That's why we call him a fuck boy.
Yeah. We call it a
It's-
nigga who fucking handling niggas.
It's a
knocking
dude.
some bitches down. Yeah.
Because Keon said I used to slide in
Yes.
and
that's a-
slide out.
Yeah,
That's a fuck boy.
I ain't no fuck boy.
Yes, it is.
Ain't no
Were
fuck-
you not? If you slide in, you
No.
fucking. If you slide out, you ghosting. That's a fuck boy.
No.
Fuck boy, see niggas, see everybody, Detroit, BC, we ain't feeling that fuck boy word. That's a weak ass nigga to me.
No.
To
See,
me,
this is bullshit.
fuck boy is a weak ass nigga, a
Right.
nigga that's laying up on
That's
the
a
couch
fuck
and
boy.
shit, eating up all the food.
That's a
fucking
bum.
ain't- That's the same
you're
shit.
wrong.
That's a bum.
No, dog. Listen, they giving you the wrong motherfucking title, dog. Fuck that. I'm with you, my brother.
I ain't feeling that
No.
fuck boy word.
Okay,
Nah, fuck boy.
so Detroit is saying that a fuck boy definition is weak or contemptible men.
No. That's a
Yeah,
bum.
that's what
I
that is.
disagree.
Yeah. Y'all
I'm
got the
with
wrong
Gina. I don't know if
disagree.
you and I mean the same, but I disagree. I don't think
disagree.
that a fuck boy is weak. I
No.
think
Yeah,
a
it's
fuck
fucking
boy
shit.
is somebody, in my terminology, when I say you just a fuck boy, it's somebody that I'm like, you ain't really worth me making you my man.
Right.
If you got good dick, so you gonna dick me down.
No, there ain't no
Right,
motherfucking
that's
fuck
it.
boy.
That's
No.
it. That's the
Fuck
only
that.
thing.
That's some bullshit.
No.
Where you get that? Hold on. Where you get that?
A
That's
fuck
what.
boy
That's
is
how I
not-
think a lot of us women view fuck boys.
Thank you.
Oh, y'all.
You
Well,
just
guess
somebody
what?
that can dick
See,
me down
now-
and keep it going.
hold on,
You're not
hold on,
somebody
wait,
I'm
wait.
gonna commit
Now
to.
you see, this is where men and women differ in that fucking language. We differ in that language. Keon, is that your definition of a fuck boy ass nigga?
Hell no. My
Exactly.
definition of a fuck boy is a weak ass, pussy ass nigga.
Right.
That's what it is, you know. Shit.
Damn,
Like
dog.
if I hear a female call me a fuck boy, I'm like, oh, this she think I'm a weak ass nigga. or something.
Right. Hey, Key. Now you see, dog, the whole thing in there is
Yeah, hey, Detroit, BC say fuck boys are weak,
No.
weak dick,
No.
weak
Right,
bank
right,
account,
right.
weak morals.
Stop it. Stop. Let me handle
we-
it.
everything.
No.
So think about that. Dog, me and you are the same, dog.
No.
So they don't even know what a fuckboy is right now.
They using the term that means something totally
I
different.
mean,
than what they
okay.
think it means.
So let's be
That's
very
what I'm
clear.
saying.
Let's be very clear that this is why we have couples corner,
Yeah,
because
yeah, yeah.
women and men think differently.
Yeah,
For a
we do.
woman, a fuck boy is someone that is fuckable
Yes.
but not committable.
No,
Right.
But for a man, a
Yeah.
fuck boy is weak or a nigga that ain't got nothing. That's not what we saying.
Hey, we all
We call
fucked
those
up
ones
now.
bums. That's what we call
All
them.
y'all talk
Right?
like that.
Or
Hey,
bitches. That's what we
hey, I'm
call
gonna tell you
That
what.
point.
I'm glad this channel started. Because motherfuckers don't know what a fuckboy mean. Men think it's one thing and women think
Right.
it's another.
Men are
right.
from Venus, women are from Mars. I don't know what it is.
Men-
Women are from Venus, men are from
But
Mars.
see-
I don't know what the fuck it is.
But see, the thing is you guys have one definition that y'all, right, amongst each other, amongst women, that y'all
Right.
think, okay, we
Did
saying
you
this,
know
and
this?
then you
Right.
say it to a man, and we thinking a whole different thing.
Absolutely.
Did you know this, dog? Because I'm gonna tell you right now, dog.
Hell no.
This is the first time this
I
comes
heard
up,
fuck
dog.
boy before, but every time I heard a woman say fuck boy,
Oh,
I had a
big
whole
ass-
definition
big ass
of what I
nigga,
thought
right?
they were saying.
That's not what
Dog. Hey, dog. This is
That's
fucking
called-
me up tonight.
All right. So, okay. So basically,
But
fuck
no,
boy can't be used and hoe can't be used because basically a fuck boy is a hoe. Am
But
I
you gotta say a
misunderstanding
hoe.
that, Gina?
like a good
Well, you can say a hoe. That's a whole ass.
A fuck boy, not a hoe.
No.
It's an
A
attractive man. That's a
fuckboy
hoe.
is a bitch ass nigga who fucking gotta pay for ass, number one.
Right.
That's a hoe.
That's
It's a fuck boy though.
who
A
is
fuck boy is
fucking
an attractive man
trying
that
to
has
put you with his money instead of who he is. Man, Jesus Christ, dog, we have come to some, dog, this is a
I can't.
scientific discovery right
All
now.
right, we just gonna agree to disagree.
Dog,
Because
this
me
is
and Gina are on the same page, and you and Keon are on the same page.
Wow.
This is just not gonna do it.
Gee, this shit is really fucking crazy, bro. They got the whole definition fucked up on YouTube, dog.
No.
How we fucked up?
Google it. Let's Google it. Let's see what the
Hold up,
urban
hold up, don't let me
definition
hold
term.
up. Let me do that for you.
fuck boy
Hold up,
supposed
I
to be.
got you. Hold up, I'm
Hold
about
on.
to do that.
Nigga, we got shit
Yep.
all fucked up, dog. They ain't look at a fuckboy as a different
Wait,
nigga.
a weak, contemptible
Look,
man.
no.
A
A man
fuck,
with
nah.
many
Look at that
casual-
shit.
A man.
Weak, no,
No,
we ain't doing
Hold
that.
I just told you
A
that.
I'm
man.
about to share
Can y'all
with
read
you
that?
in a
A
second.
man
Hold on.
who has many casual sexual partners.
That ain't-
You see
nah, that
that?
ain't
This
what-
right here.
Man, that's
Look.
crazy.
Look.
Okay, the definition of
Y'all
a
going to the
fuckboy
women's
says
dictionary. I just pulled it
a
up.
boy
Go
who
on the
plays.
road, nigga, let
Mind
me
your
see.
business. Let me be up in
Nah,
here.
A weak,
A boy who
contemptible
plays
man.
with girls'
A
feelings
man.
and doesn't really
But
like
so it's
them
different. It's different
and would,
definitions of it.
would do say anything a girl wants to hear to have sex with them or to get something they want. Fuck boys know what girls want to hear, but they hunt so many girls. Once they are a fuck boy, they always will be a fuck boy. If you know a guy who's a fuck boy, don't fall for him. Usually fuck boys are cute. So yeah, and you usually can tell if they are fuck boys of how they dress and act, Keon.
Where you get that
Right.
definition at?
Kind of like a player or a hoe. A hoe. A hoe. I just want you to know it says like a player or a hoe.
Yeah.
A hoe.
Thank you.
Move this shit off.
Okay. Hey. The first shit I read
No, I
it says
just
a
want
weak,
you to know
contemptible
that.
man.
Fuck.
Nah.
Well, guess what? Niggas ain't thinking about it like that. We thought if we look at fuckboys as being soft ass, bitch ass.
I know Kevin
Hey,
Samuel.
Kwame, what did you do, Kwame?
Mind
Hey,
your
Kwame
business.
said she got that from a Kevin Samuels hater.
Nope.
Dog.
Nope.
Hey. Loyal to the game. Kwame, that's some bullshit.
Kwame.
You should have been on here. Why you ain't on here?
Hey, bitch, drop the link. Drop the
Look, I'm tired of dropping a fucking link. I just want you to know. Fuck. Kwame, get on here and give me your words. Give me your words, Kwame. Lord to the game. Step up. Stop being a bitch about it.
Yeah,
Tell me what you got.
And bring your wife too. Bring your wife.
So here's my thing. I'm gonna end it with this, and I ain't gonna say no more. Outside of loving my husband, I love my husband's dirty drawers. I just want you to know.
Yeah.
Okay, so I said that. I love my husband. But women, when it comes to men, that's us. Stop. Stop sharing the screen. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to hit. So, oh Lord, hey!
That's what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm talking about. Hey, boo.
Hey, how you doing?
Where the
Where the
wife?
wife at?
Man, she relaxing, man. I had to go pick her up from her little side job.
No, nigga. Fuck that. You gotta bring the wife on. Go get your wife, nigga. And come
Where your
back.
wife at?
Hold on.
I need her to give us her input. So here's
Hold
what I think. And Gina, tell me if you disagree or agree, because that's all we got right now till Kwame bring his wife home.
Okay.
When it comes to relationships and women obviously are the backbone of any family, right?
Oh, what's up, BN?
But
Hey, holla.
what's up, Nixon? BM Boxing News. Hey, Shania, how are you?
BM, dog.
So, my question is very simple. Again,
She said she coming. She's gonna put on her lip gloss.
all right. I'm not dropping the link no goddamn more. Link knows the link is right there. It's right there. It's like 10, like
All right,
1 minute
all right,
before
all
he
right.
posts.
Kwame came in at the wrong time. See, we was too raw. I think we were gonna be a little bit too raw for them.
I hope not.
Hey, Kwame better get his shit together coming on.
I hope not. I hope not. Okay, let me finish because my husband keeps interrupting.
Yeah,
Gina.
Go ahead. Go ahead, girl. Go ahead, girl. Fuck that. Yeah. Whatever.
Stop.
Go ahead.
All right, so look. When it comes to being in a relationship and being submissive as a woman, because a lot of women have a problem with being submissive.
Yeah.
Right.
What do you deem submissive and what do you deem lead? Because the term is master and slave.
Nah,
Servitude.
fuck that. I know
Stop.
it's no sleep. Fuck
Stop. Let me finish.
that.
Stop talking.
Bullshit.
Master and slave is the biblical term, right?
Mhm.
But as a woman being in servitude to her mate,
Mhm.
what do you see that in today's society?
In today's society, I don't know, because I've been observing, and a lot of women are different. Because I feel like when a man has that man's role, like a woman has her role too. So I kind of believe in submission in a certain way, like the way that it put in the the dictionary and stuff. I don't kind of look at it like that, I guess. But like, I feel like women should attend to their man when the men are playing their roles. Like we play our roles, the men play their roles. But now women are kind of different. To me, I don't feel like it's based off of income or anything like that. Like a woman nowadays, modern women, I would say, they're just about like, okay, if I make more money, you can't, I don't know, like a man can. I just don't believe in like how a lot of modern day women believe. Like I don't care about income or anything like that.
So as it relates to understanding the levels of a black family, and I'm being very specific in this. There is the black man, the black woman, and then the children.
Right.
How do you see a black woman in today's black family? I have my opinion, but I want to know yours.
I want to know too.
You know, I really never really thought about that, but in today's, you know, I don't really, what I see, because I don't really see much, but I just see a lot of, I don't really see a lot of strong black couples. I always see a lot of strong black women.
Wow, that's what I can't know about, right?
I agree.
So I can't really say. I just see a lot of strong black women who are taking care of their household. If we're going to be honest, in today's time.
Let me ask you, if that's the case, do you think that is in part to the feminist movement of black women and independence, or do you think that that is the, and I'm going to be very controversial in this statement, is that the white man's agenda to tear down the black family? Because
I believe it's the white man's agenda. Because now, like, you'll see things to where, like, it's just like they're trying to tear down black women, make us seem like we're something that we're not. So I honestly think it's the white man's agenda. And then some black women honestly do go with the white man's agenda. I'm not going to lie about that. I've seen that too. But I think it is the white man's agenda.
Okay. Loyal, Kwame, introduce your wife so I can ask her a whole bunch of questions.
I can't hear. What did she say?
Introduce me so she can ask me a bunch of questions.
It's tough. Just tough. Wait, hold on. It's kind of tough because I'm on a computer and it's like I don't have a way for both of us to hear.
It's
So,
okay.
I'm
I'm
about to
sure
look
that
up.
your wife can direct you in what I'm saying.
Here we go.
Introduce your wife.
This is my beautiful wife of 5 years, Kiana.
Hey.
This is Coach and his wife, and this is Keon
And
Gina.
And Regina.
And Regina. So Keon is a guy show I'm on watch every day. I'm always on. So that's Keon. So I'm trying to see if I could.
Hello, how you doing?
Nice to meet everyone.
All right.
I'm gonna see if I could hear what they're saying on here, and then I'll answer. So
okay. So Kwame, your wife's name is
Kiana.
Kiana. It's a pleasure to meet you.
I got a daughter named Kiana.
I am Coach.
See, you're a twin.
Yeah, that's
I'm Coach's wife. Everybody calls me Lenny. And of course, that is Keon and Regina.
Nice to meet you, Lenny. Nice to meet you, Regina.
So, Kiana, I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked Gina. When it comes to a wife and or a mate, what do you consider that moment when we are, as women in the household, right? So how are we looking when it comes to what is submissive as servitude and what is master or lead? And so, because I know that sometimes lead and servitude are misunderstood in relationships, but as a wife, you need to both serve and lead. So how do you take that?
Are you asking me how we navigate in our relationship, or just on the topic itself?
I'm actually asking, how do you navigate that, and how does that lead in your relationship specifically?
So in our relationship, my husband's stubborn, so I can't just say, "Oh, we're going to do something this way." That doesn't work. So I might suggest something, and then if he gets confirmation from an outside source that he trusts, then he'll go along with it. And then throughout our marriage, I might mention something, and now that we've been married this long, he's learning that 95% of the time I'm right. So sometimes he'll just default to, okay, I know you're right, so I'm just going to do it. But most of the time, it's I have to make a suggestion, and then he'll hear another outside source that might say the same thing, and then he'll come back and be like, you know what, babe, you were saying this. I think we should do it. But it's most of the time because he got confirmation from somewhere else too. So.
Hey, Kwame, that shit happened to me more than one time, brother. Sure. You know, she'll come up with something. I'll be like, at first, I don't see it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's a delay for me.
Okay.
At first I don't see it, and then the shit comes through and you be like, you know what? You got the right decision to make by going your way. You know what I'm saying? Now you on the same timeline or what? What's happening?
Yeah, he's just stubborn. He's very. I don't know if you guys know, but he's very.
Yeah, we know.
That's true.
Yeah, we know.
Well, at least
Him and OTP, them niggas go at it like they fucking dogs behind boxing for sure. Oh, what? That's Errol Spence and motherfucking Bud Crawford right there. Him and OTP? Oh, shit. They don't agree on nothing. Nothing. Especially about boxing.
Oh, I hear you guys screaming. I call it screaming matches. I'm like, oh, you're gonna go yelling.
No, that'd be him. That'd be your husband. And it'd be OTP.
No, it be screaming matches. You ain't lying, Kiana. It be screaming. Kiana, it's screaming. It's screaming. Because I ask Troy all the time, I'll be like, why you gotta yell? Why you gotta
yell?
You gotta yell to get your point across, because you know he's hard-headed.
Yeah, right, Keith.
These niggas is hard-headed. If you don't yell, you ain't gonna get your point across.
You got 30 niggas talking.
You gotta talk over somebody, because
All right, so Kwame, let me ask you, because I've gotten Keon's perspective, but I asked the question. I'm gonna get there, but I really want to know I want to know Kwame's reach on this. When it comes to jealousy, understanding that jealousy is something that you want versus something that you already have, and possessive is something that you have versus something that you want. And protective, mind your business, protective is something that is yours. So Keon said he's not a jealous person and he's not possessive, but he's very protective. But reading his woman, reading Gina to see where she sits in what is going on in whatever situation. As it pertains to you and your wife, are you jealous, possessive, or are you protective? My husband is protective as well.
Yeah, I'll be all that fucking shit. I don't care. Come on. Let me hear what you got to say, dog. What's happening?
I'm just protective. I think I'm protected. My wife can tell you I'm not jealous or possessive. I believe that when take this. Yeah, so my belief is that relationships are voluntary. So two people have to volunteer to be there.
Right.
So it's like there's no reason for me to be possessive because the best relationships is where both people want to be there voluntarily.
There you go.
Jealous. I might be jealous in some different ways. I'm not like a jealous individual. But for instance, my wife, she got her little prayer partner. They've been, after work, they got their prayer thing been going on for like the last 3 years. I get off of work at 4:20. We work for both of us work from home. right here, this is my office, and then she worked out in the living room.
Right.
Now, when I get up at 4:20, and her and her prayer partner, they praying until fucking 8 o'clock at night. Now I'm a little jealous because I feel like praise
That's
the
a
like
lot of praying. That's a lot
yeah,
of
it's
praying.
like praise the Lord and all that, but what's up, So, but jealous in terms of like a man or like again, I'm not like that because she gotta want to be here. So
Right.
she have to want to be here. And then the other thing is, I also feel like you manifest what you want,
Right.
and I was never a person from a young age to call women like the B word all the time, or I wasn't even into rap music like that when I was young. So I never manifested that.
Right.
I manifested a woman, a virtuous woman. I know that. You know what I mean? I've never even with the females that it didn't work out with, that was all like a learning stage for me to get here. I've always had a certain caliber of woman. I've never had the ratchet. I never had the. I didn't attract that. It was just
I had all.
I didn't have all of them.
I had all
that.
Like I'm not saying I may not have had some episodes with some ratchet ones, but that wasn't my woman. I never was trapped in a situation like that. So
you're a lucky man.
So jealous. I'm not jealous. My wife likes to travel a lot, and she was just at the Essence Festival. She was just down there.
Hey girl, what you was out here and this nigga didn't.
And you ain't, and he connect you to us. That's a problem.
No, she had her homegirls. All homegirls flew in from all over the damn place.
Next time, you better hit us up.
Yeah, nigga.
You hear me?
I would do that. I would do that. Look, man, I was so excited about having the house to myself for a couple of days. I forgot about everything.
Oh,
but
you're terrible. Hey, Keon, you know what's gonna happen when we get off, right?
So, Kwame, Kiana, let me ask you a question. When you guys first met, what does that look like? So we heard Keon and Gina's intro. We heard myself and Coach's how we met. How did you guys meet? And Kwame, more specifically, how did you know Kiana was your wife? How did you know she was equally yoked to you?
I could drive this. I can show you. Got to answer this. I can handle this whole story right here. Right. So it was actually like, to be honest, it was actually like a divine the way it happened. So I was
I'm talking about.
So I'll rewind a little bit further. So I was working at that time. I was working for Comcast, but I was working out of a Best Buy, and this young lady had came in, and she came to me and she was like, "Hey, my account is messed up. I went home from school for the summer, and it's off, and it's kind of messed up, or I want to pay it and get it cut back on." So I was like, "Cool." So she went and paid it, got it cut back on. But when she did it, I just hooked her account up, put a whole bunch of free shit on it and stuff like that. But good thing I was like the top salesperson, because the account got flagged for all the shit I did to it. So that's how I kind of remembered her. Because I gave her all kind of free HBOs and DVRs and shit like that. So one day, I was in a relationship. This is what's so crazy. When that young lady told me like where she lived, when I saw her address, I was dating a female who lived right next door to her at that time.
Shit.
Yeah, I was dating a female who lived like right next door in the building, like right next to her. Right? So I told her that.
That's a wild shit right there.
Yeah, no, it get wilder than that. It get wilder, right? So a couple months passed. Now, I done split up with this female now. I done split up with her because she was a rebound. So I done split up with this female, and I had my own place. And I was really like a workaholic. So one day I get a text message like, "Hey, I need cable service.
Right.
Blah, 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 blah." So I looked at the text message. I was off, and I was like, "Yo, you know what? I'm not even going to respond to this shit because I work too much. I wait till I go into the office and I get back to this person. And I forgot about it. So I'm at work and I see this fine chocolate thing walking to the job.
Wow.
I'm looking at her. I'm like, damn. So
Aye.
so she's working with a guy who works for Best Buy. She wasn't there to buy a television. So I'm looking at the dude, and I promise to you, I'm like, this nigga's so lame. As soon as he done with her, I'm gonna go try to like spit my game to her.
Rude.
So I'm over there waiting and chilling. I promise you one, just like this. I go, damn, yo, this is this person I was supposed to call because it was a slow sales day for me. So I said, yo, this is the person I was supposed to call to like set him up with cable. So I called and I didn't get no answer. I was like, all right, F it. So then dude went and brought her over to me and was like, hey, you know, this is Kwame. This our Comcast guy here. He real good. He gonna help you out. All right, cool. So I'm taking her information down, putting it in. So I'm like, I'm flirting with her. So me, I'm an opportunist, right? So I saw her zip code. I was like, shit, I'm in the hood. This is a nice ass zip code she live in, right? So I'm like, yo, can I move in with you? So she flirted back a little bit. She like, okay, all right, cool.
I was joking.
God damn.
So
his skin stuff.
So I'm putting the rest of her information.
Nigga, you just avoided my question.
What you said, Coach?
Kwame, that is before you even got to the point where y'all were close in contact.
Yeah.
Kwame, you a bad motherfucker.
Yeah, I just came at her.
Yeah, you a bad nigga.
So then I'm putting her info in the computer. I'm like, wait a minute, I just called you.
Uh-oh.
Because this was the person I called and they didn't answer the phone.
Oh shit.
I was like, so come to find out, the girl that I hooked up with the cable service,
right,
that I got flagged was her friend. And because I hooked her up, she had referred her to me to help out.
Hey, boy, y'all belong together.
Right.
Y'all belong together. Y'all belong together. All this bullshit. Hey.
Kiana, what you got to say about this? Because all I hear is Kwame. Come on. I know how my husband embellishes on our first meeting.
Put that meeting. Come on, stop it.
Oh no, but it really happened like that. It really happened like that because I really tried to text him and he didn't answer. So I went into the store to buy the TV, and then when I was talking to the guy, I was complaining like, yeah, I'm trying to get Comcast because in Philadelphia you can only get Comcast in certain areas. So, and then he said, oh, our guy's really good. So he walked me over there. My husband's flirting with me. He puts in my phone number and he's like, I just called you. I was like, no, you didn't. I don't even know you. And he's like, no, isn't this your number? And I said, yeah. And he was like, I just called you. Why didn't you answer? And I said, well, you didn't answer me. And then he told me he was a workaholic. And then later when we were dating, I realized he really is a workaholic. Like literally. I mean, at that time. Now he isn't. But back then he was a workaholic. So and so anyway, he asked me for my number and I gave it to him. And when I left the store, I called my friend that referred me to him. And you know what? She's like, oh, don't talk to him. He dates a girl that lives in my building.
Oh,
so she told me not to So she told me not to talk to him. She was like, oh, he's messy. He dates somebody. He told me, whatever. So I was like, okay, whatever. And then he called me and I ignored the call. And because I was like, whatever, I'm over this guy. He's playing games. And my sister was visiting for the holidays because it was December. And she's like, who called you? And I was like, oh, some guy I met in Best Buy, And then she's like, oh, well, do you have a picture of him? And I was like, no. And then I searched his name on Facebook and found his picture. And then my sister's like, oh, he's cute. You should give him a chance. And I was like, okay, well, if he really likes me, he'll call back and then I'll talk to him. And then like 2 days later, he called back.
Hey,
go ahead, boy.
That's what we're talking about. Get your woman, Kwame.
Go get her, boy. What? That's what I'm talking about. So go ahead, Kwame. Finish the story, nigga. Finish the story, nigga.
Yeah, it's a good story. And then our first date, we
You
hung out
hold
till
on.
4 a.m.
You ain't gonna finish the story.
So let me ask you, Kiana. When it comes to and Kwame, you can answer as well, but how did you know that he was the one you wanted to spend the rest of your life with?
Go ahead.
So, no lie, a year before I met him, almost exactly, I wrote a list of like things I cannot live without that I wanted in my partner. And I didn't put any, I think the only physical thing was I wanted him to be tall because I'm tall. And I think that's the only thing that I didn't get. But everything else I got on the list. Everything else. So that's and what's crazy is as we were dating, I found the list. I had it in a book, and I found it like was it a year maybe? And I was like, wow, this is I was like checking it off, like wow, he has these qualities that I was looking for in a partner. So worked out.
Okay, so as you went through your list, Kwame, what list were you going to? Because men have a different idea of their mate. When you look at a man will only commit to one autonomously. So when it comes to what you felt when you met and you knew, what was the turning point for you? I can tell you what Coach's turning point was for me. So for me, Troy was like, at the time he had broken his heel due to a fall from a ladder, and he had shattered his heel, had 11 screws or whatever put in. And the moment he knew that I was supposed to be his wife was when I chose to be like, babe, let me scrub your foot because you can't do it yourself.
Oh, okay.
So as it pertains to you and your wife, what was that moment that said that made you say there is no other woman for me but her? What does that look like?
So it was two moments really. So I was really in a place when I met her where I was ready to settle down. I think I was 32, 32 going on 33. So I was in a place where I thought the person I was with before I was going to settle down with, and that didn't happen. But I was just kind of in that place already, and I was looking for a wife, you know. So so on our first date, I took her out to this Mexican restaurant, and on our date, I told her that I used to teach chess in public schools when I was younger. So she was like, "Oh, I want to learn how to play chess." So I brought my chessboard, and I was teaching her how to move the pieces and stuff, and how to do certain things. And because I work with young children, I could kind of really gauge a person's, I can't say their full mental capacity, but I could kind of gauge their intelligence.
Right.
And I could tell she was, based on how she comprehended stuff, I could tell she was really intelligent. And that was always a huge prerequisite for me if I was gonna be with you. You had to be intelligent. I'm not down with dummies. I'm just not at all. So that was one of the things. And then she was also beautiful, and when we were leaving the restaurant, I never forget this. So we're leaving the restaurant, and I'm cheap. I'm a cheap motherfucker. I'm cheap, right? I'm not even economic. I'm fucking cheap. That's what I am, right? So we leaving the restaurant, and this woman gonna say, "Let's go to the casino." So I looked at her like she was crazy, because
Hey,
I
come
know
here.
that
You got an echo.
really I got a bad echo.
What's up?
It might be because I'm next to you with the. I still got an echo.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
really clear on my end.
yeah. It's echoing. It's
Hold on.
I think you might have to. You probably. It's like you playing it in the background. I don't know what's going on.
Cut that off real quick. I still have it. Hold on. How about now?
Say something now.
Now, yeah, I still have it.
No, you don't got it no more.
Yeah,
And I don't hear it.
yeah. So real quick. So what happened? What happened was, she's like, "Hey, let's go to the casino." So in my head, I'm like, the casino is set up for you to lose money. I'm not going there just to lose money. I'm not going to no casino. So it was crazy because we going down the highway, and the casino was this way, and her house is this way, and it was like there was like a fork in the road. And I knew if I would have went this way and took her home, the date was going to be over.
Right.
But I enjoyed myself so much. I said, all right, F it, let me just go to the casino with this chick. Right. So I go to the casino, and we only spent like $20, so that wasn't bad. You know, she's on the penny slots and stuff. So I said, okay, she kind of had some discretion with that, and we went back to her house. I never got into her house on the first night, which let me tell you something. To most men, that's important. We men, if you want to let us smash, we gonna smash, right?
Yeah.
But if we gonna be with you, we really don't want to smash on not saying we don't want to, but we want to see that y'all have the restraint to not let us do it, because
that's a lie, Kwame. My husband was not about that. Our first date, after dating, our first date, he was like, I was watching a cartoon, I was all into the cartoon, and he was like, "Babe, we fucking or what?"
Yeah.
That was his question. We fucking or what?
Yeah, coach is wrong. I mean, I guess when you get to a certain part of your place in your life, it's just you know what I'm saying? That's like
all that bullshit. I don't bullshit, dog.
Right.
What we doing here?
Ain't no bullshit going on.
Yeah.
So we winded up just walking and talking till like 4:00 in the morning. And it just felt right. So then the second time that really reinforced what was going on was I was at this time I had got her. So while I was with her, when you have a good woman is going to help you elevate in your own life. That's what a good woman does.
Absolutely.
Because you know, I was a top salesperson where I was at, and my manager was really managing me. And I thought that, you know, he was doing right by me, but she was like, nah, he doing this and that and blah, blah, blah. And when I listened to her, I was like, damn, she's right. And as things progressed, I wound up getting a promotion listening to the stuff she told me, right? So I moved up. I started running my own sales teams for Comcast, and I did really well. I was hiring people.
Where you went to school, dog?
Huh?
Where you went to school?
Shit, to be honest, I had dropped out and got my GED and did like a semester in college.
Okay.
You know, I was just a person, not to brag, I was just a person who was blessed to kind of naturally be intelligent, you know, and I just had a lot of work experience. And the things that I learned, like just from survival, I was always able to kind of apply them to my career. And I've just had like pretty good experience with things. So I was in a situation at work where I had a manager who was very, very, very jealous of me because his program was doing real shitty. And when I came there, the program went from being at the absolute bottom to being like the best in the entire country.
Right.
But it was, but the vice president, everyone knew it wasn't him; it was me. I was, you know, they knew it was me, and basically, he was trying to make me seem like I was like this rogue bad apple type person, and he tried to get me fired by having a female that he strategically put on my team, and then trying to say that I was sleeping with this female on my team. So I'm at home, I get a call from HR like, yo, you're under investigation. You can't reach out to your team, this, that, and the other. And at this time, my wife wasn't my wife. We were probably together now for 2.5, almost 3 years. And she took days off to be with me because I was really distraught. Like my head was messed up and I was really distraught. And she knew I didn't do nothing. And when she stuck with me through that, that has solidified for me that there was no one else. Like I was already in a place where I already knew I was going to marry her. But after that happened, it was like I was done, and I think maybe about a month or 2 months after that happened, I had bought her engagement ring and gave it to her. So that's how that went.
I mean, I also told you, like, if I didn't get married within a year, I'm out. So
yeah, but she's just talking. You know what's crazy about this one right here, right? So she talked about she was giving me an ultimatum, and in our first year of our relationship, I caught myself trying to be proactive and be like, "Oh, let's go to premarital counseling." We was just in a relationship. I was trying to make sure we was on the same page. So we go to the counselor. And she's complaining about every damn thing under the moon about me. I mean, this nigga toenails is dark. I mean, they really ain't dark, but I'm just being exaggerated. Like, it was just everything, right? So I'm like, shit, I came here to try to make us stronger. And I swear to you, by the third session, she was talking about she needed to take a break. We needed to take a break from each other.
Oh,
and the counselor was looking at me, looking all sad and talking about, they had support systems for me and shit. I looked at her. I swear to God, Coach, I'm not joking. When I left that counselor, I looked at her. I looked at the counselor. And I fired the counselor on the spot. And I said, this hoe is going to make me lose my woman. I fired the counselor on the spot. And I looked at her and I ignored the shit out of her. We didn't take no break. Because I knew something she didn't know, right? I knew that we was destined to be together. She was fucking crazy. I knew that she was crazy. I knew that I knew it. I was like, she just don't know what I know.
My husband said I'm a little crazy too. I think my belief is women have to be a little crazy to deal with an alpha male because we have to be able to stand on our own stone. Troy is a force. When I tell you, like, a serious force to be reckoned with, and I have to, in order to be in this relationship as a woman, I have to match his energy. Like, my stature has to match his stature because I refuse to allow my husband to just be this not an umbrella of protection, but this tsunami of energy. I just can't do that. So, Kiana, I'm gonna ask you, as a woman in the marriage, how do you and Kwame deal with controversy? Because I know how Troy and I deal with controversy. Gina and Keon has explained how they deal with any type of controversy within their marriage. How do you and Kwame deal with that?
Mainly we talk it out. I think in that aspect, I'm more stubborn because I don't like disagreements. So sometimes I'll just be like, okay. But then he'll want to talk about it because he likes to address things right away. So he'll force me to address it. So then normally we just talk it out and one of us gives in. I think in this aspect, I'm more stubborn because I feel like my husband will apologize first to get through it. But I've gotten a lot better at apologizing right away. And that's something I had to learn to do. So
when Gina and I spoke prior to you and Kwame coming on, Gina said that sometimes she goes silent because she's not real good with conflict in that nature. And Gina, you can correct me if I'm wrong
No,
in
you're
what
right. You're right.
and so what she would do is she would take a couple of days before she would be able to communicate to uh Keon about how she is feeling. And as it relates to you and Kwame, does it take longer than a couple of hours? Because like in Troy and I do not let things linger. I do not believe in going to bed angry or upset. Our marital bed is always free of negativity. We go into our bed understanding that even if we don't necessarily agree, we understand that we agree to disagree in this moment. So that when we go to bed, it's not a manifestation of anger on top of anger, so that when I wake up the next day, I'm even more angrier than I was before I went to bed. So, with you and Kwame, if you're having a problem, does it take you longer than a couple of days or longer than a couple of hours? For me, it's a couple of hours. For Gina, it's a couple of days. Where do you fit in that when it comes to addressing a situation that you feel is important to express how you feel, but you want to still be able to communicate it in clarity without a defensive reaction from Kwame?
Well, if I have an issue, I normally tell my husband right away. If I'm upset or happy, I tell him right away because I never want him to guess. You know how men are always like, "Oh, I don't know." He can never say that. I feel like I probably tell him too much because sometimes he'll be like, "Can you just be quiet?" You know. So I feel like I communicate how I feel right away. But with the disagreeing, I think I'm more like Gina, where I need to take some time to think about it. Where my husband's like, "No, let's resolve this right now." So
Right.
he's forced me to address issues right away. Where if we were on my time, I would take longer.
Yeah, I agree with that because Troy does that to me as
Yep.
well. He was like, "Nope, we need to talk about this right now."
Yeah.
And so it doesn't allow me time to maybe really form my clear thought. He wants it raw and straight out the gut
Yep.
because that's how he delivers it, straight out the gut.
That's so
And
true.
when Gina and I were speaking prior to, I we have the same thing. Keon is one of those. I'm gonna give it to you 100% honesty. I'm not trying to protect your feelings. I'm not trying to gloss over anything. This is how I feel. This is what it is. And now let's work through it. Do you find that Kwame is the same in that reality?
Oh yes. He doesn't sugarcoat anything.
Yeah.
Sometimes I have to be like, I'm a woman. Can you, can you not? Literally sometimes. So yeah, he's definitely like that. I would put him the same as them.
Okay. All right, which explains why they're
Oh
friends.
yeah. Oh
Yeah.
So let me ask you this. I made the statement earlier that I believe, and I would like your opinion, and I would like Gina to actually give me her full opinion on it. I believe that the feminist movement was a movement of white women that needed black women to propel it forward to the the embodiment of what it is today.
Mhm.
So when a black woman says, "I don't need a man," and they step into that feminist movement, I think it is a falsehood because women have never needed black women have never needed the feminist movement
Nope.
to be independent women within their family. We have always worked whether we were a slave in the main mansion breastfeeding white babies or we were housekeepers breastfeeding white babies, or we were working as housekeepers to pay the rent along with our husbands. Black women has never had the opportunity of being barefoot and pregnant and not having to worry about working. So in that respect, how do you feel about the Black woman and the family dynamic? And do you believe that Black women in general are the backbones to a Black family, and the men in the ideology of Black families is the king or the lead of the house, and women or the homemakers? So my statement is, men build foundations, women breed nations upon that foundation. How do you look at that?
I would have to agree with that. I'm not a feminist at all. I tell my husband all the time, I need you. That's why I'm married to you. Like, we're in this together. I need your help. I tell him I need his help, even if it's to keep the house clean, even though I mostly do it. I tell him I need his help for everything. I mean, if that's the case, I could be single, right? I mean, I wanted a partner. I wanted to be with someone. As far as just looking at my own family, I notice that the women in my family, many of them are married, and yes, their husband to the public will seem like they're the lead, but it's really, I feel like, the women who are the lead and take care of everything. Like my grandmother was, I mean, they're my family's Jamaican, so my grandparents, they immigrated to America. They got their money. They went back to Jamaica. My grandmother bought all the houses there. They lived off of the money that she made sure that they saved. They lived, I felt like, a very nice life, but that was all because of my grandmother. My mother, when she was married to my stepfather, she keeps trying to have her own business, her own Jamaican restaurant. Like, she's done everything to be an entrepreneur, and no matter what it costs. So I feel like I came from a line of women that felt like, yes, they needed to be in a relationship to raise their children. They didn't want to be single. That wasn't something that they were proud of. Like, oh, I'm a single woman doing it all. No, everybody's like, no, I didn't make this baby by myself. I'm not going to raise it by myself either.
Okay.
So that's the mindset I have. And that's one of the reasons I got married, to have kids, and I don't want to do it by myself. I'm not doubting anyone or looking down on anyone who chooses that, but I don't choose that lifestyle. So, but I know sometimes you can't help what happens. But
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I agree with that. So in that, so I would ask that, so we have the child. I be having these conversations and I always want to know, because marriage oftentimes is misunderstood, in my opinion. I think that a lot of the millennials and Gen Z believe that marriage is a stopping point, or a point where you give up all of your wills and rights. But in my opinion, it's probably the opposite of that thinking. Um, when I married my husband, I I was very independent. I am still independent.
Yeah.
In the idea that I always want to make my own money. I want to be able to buy shit that I like without having to ask, can we afford to buy this?
Right.
And at the same point, my husband is like, I got all the bills, but I don't want you frivolously spending your money if it's not going to benefit or propel us forward.
Right.
And so my question to you is, what is your thought on that same thinking? I think 23, 20-year-olds, early 30s, they misunderstand the opportunity, the the meaning of being married to someone to advance as one instead of two. So I would ask Gina, I want your opinion, and then Kiana, I would like yours as well.
Well, my opinion on marriage, I just think that to me it's like a partnership. You know, with marriage, it is a job. It's a job. And a lot of people don't, you know, I feel like some people forget, like with relationships, you're not going to be in love all the time. Sometimes you're not going to like each other. Like some people forget about the unconditional love. Um, I don't know with today, I don't know. I just think that people don't value marriage anymore. Um, with me, I just with marriage, I say it is a partnership. You have to be best friends. Um, it's like 100, 100. You know, you guys both have to work, put in. It shouldn't be one-sided. Um, there's probably more, but, but that's what I can think of right now. But I just know that the modern day people, they just don't value marriage at all.
Okay, I can see that. So before Kiana talks, and I really want to address the fact that you said marriage is a business. It's a business deal, and I agree with that statement 100%, probably 1000%, because marriage is a contractual agreement between two individuals saying, "I will do A and you will do B for us to make sure that we meet C."
Right.
And so I 100% agree with that statement. But is marriage has always been a business. So if we remove the religious aspect of what marriage is,
Right.
it's a business. But what I want to do is involve the religious aspect. Not that I'm religious, not that we're Catholic, Baptist, or whatever. Let's take the religious, denominational aspect out. Without God, a marriage is not complete.
Right.
And so, as we look at that, Gina, before I get Kiana's opinion on that, how do you feel about the religious aspect when as it pertains specifically to God being the binding force between two
Mhm.
individuals to make something binding, that worth, that breaded cloth, that those three threads binded together as one. Because I believe that when you marry, you no longer are two, you are
Right.
made one.
Right.
So what do you think about that before we get Kiana's opinion on all of that?
About God being in,
Absolutely.
I feel like that's number one. You both have to believe and have faith in God. God is what, I keeps the marriage together. Like you have to have faith.
Every person they ain't gonna reach your expectation.
Okay.
Okay? Even if you could love them to death,
Coach, we
not
can't
gonna,
hear you.
not
I
gonna.
can't hear. I'm like, I can't hear you.
I said they're not gonna reach your expectation. You know what I'm
Who?
saying? So you gotta have that aspect in your life, especially when a person fall a little short of what you think the relationship is supposed to be. You always gotta keep God first before anything.
Right, because You know, my husband will help me with this Bible thing because I'm not a big old Bible person.
Me neither, mommy.
He is, I'm not. But I'm working on it. I ain't perfect. But the Bible tells you very clearly when you findeth a woman,
You find a good thing.
right? That wife is that end, right? So, Kiana, I'm gonna ask you
Is
based
it
on
Kiana
everything
or
that we
Keon?
Kiana. No, no, no.
No, mine's Kiana. His is Kiana.
Kiana.
Oh,
Right.
Kiana.
Kiana.
Okay.
Kiana. Let me ask your opinion on that. You've heard what we just talked about. And nobody's 100% perfect. I agree, sir. Um, but as it relates to what we are speaking, how do you look at that?
I agree with Gina. I do believe that you have to put God first. You have to have faith, right? You have to have a foundation for your relationship to stand on, and basically something bigger than yourself to answer to. So sometimes when I feel like our marriage it's becoming a lot of work, I just think like, okay, I made a commitment in front of God, in front of my family, and unless it's something horrible, then I'm here. I'm here for the long haul. So I think having that commitment, not just to myself or to my husband, but to God, it puts that extra layer. Like, okay, you have to be responsible for taking this vow, and it's not just something to do or to be trendy. Like we didn't just get married just for the marriage, right? I feel like that's what a lot of I guess I don't know millennial, but younger people, I guess I would say, are doing. They're just getting married, and it's all about the one day, and it's not about the actual marriage. And I think for us, we went into it like, okay, this is about us, our relationship, God, and it's for the actual marriage. Also, I think everyone or the younger generation, because they have social media and access to so much, everything is about the instant gratification, right? So,
Ah,
oh, it's almost like something you could check off a list. Okay, get rich, get married, have kids, and they're not preparing mentally. And I think if you don't have, I feel like maybe they don't have an example because maybe they didn't married parents because I was raised by my grandparents in the early parts of my life and I got to see a marriage and I noticed my husband, he came from his great aunt and his great uncle and he saw a marriage and I noticed all of my friends that grew up with either married grandparents or married parents, they're married as well, right? And it's probably because they had that example where I think now younger kids don't really have as many examples to see, oh, this is what a marriage takes. I knew like even if my grandparents were upset at each other at night, they were going to go to the same bed. They were going to work it out. And I got to see that and I got to see what it takes to, put into a marriage. And I think a lot of younger people now, unfortunately, they don't have that example. So they just rely on social media to teach them. And a lot of these people are actors and actresses. They're getting paid to act like they're married or, whatever. And they don't have your best, these younger people's best interests. They're just trying to sell them things. So I just think it's unfortunate. Some people just don't have an example, I guess I would
yeah,
say.
I think that I would say that my parents have been his parents, bless their hearts. Troy's father passed away, be a year in August, but they had been in each other's lives since the age of 6. Like they have known of each other since 6. And I mean, when you look at that, we're talking 60 plus years of togetherness.
Yeah.
That's like a whole life, right?
Mhm.
And my parents have been together as old as I am. So I'll be 49 in August. And they've been together, it'll be 49 years in December. And those examples of commitment and understanding that I agree, Johnny Q, a long time, right? So you understand that love is an emotion, fleeting, that it comes and it goes, right? Marriage is one of those things that you say, I take you, I take you as my life's mate. And no matter what, I unconditionally love you. And so there is nothing that we cannot get through together. Together. If I go sideways now, that might be something else. But my husband will lead me through the darkness into the light. And I will do the same for him in those moments where he cannot see. And so, Kwame, because BM Box and say you sleep. I don't know. I don't think you sleep because you've been up and down. But Kwame,
I've seen that guy say I'm asleep. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
but I would love to get your opinion on what marriage truly means, because the Bible states, I'm gonna let my husband catch me if I'm wrong, but the Bible says that when you marry, you cleave to your mate and you leave your parents, which means that your wife or your husband takes leave before whatever your parents has stated. How do you feel about that? What are your thoughts on
So for me, I'm not a religious person. I'm a very spiritual person, but I'm not a
We
religious
are too.
person. So I but I do have like a Christian upbringing and foundation, so I can definitely relate to that. I would say marriage for me, I had example to look at, and in my wedding vows, the first thing I said to my wife was that I promised to respect her, because love is a thing that you fall in and out of, and it's an emotion where it's like two extremes. Like this love is on this side, hate's on this side. That's why when people get divorced, you know, they can have the most. They could be, when they together, they could be the most passionate people, but then when they're not together, they could be the most devious. So there's that. There's those two sides of the coin and those extremes. So I always feel like, if you respect a person, there's a certain level of things, or there's a threshold of things that you will or will not do. And I base my marriage off of respect. Now, yeah, it is a business, and you are business partners in so many ways. But then I also feel like it comes down to what type of virtues you have as a person and your mate has as a person as well. So you could be in love, but if you ain't shit and she ain't shit, I mean, you're just gonna have an ancient marriage. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Right? I get that. I feel that.
Yeah, where's
Gina, where Keon at? You Troy looking for him. Tell Keon, get back in the film. Get back in the camera.
He's cooking.
Now, I understand that, Kwame, and I agree with that. I think we say religious, but I believe that we're spiritual, both of us. We believe in, we read the Bible, not necessarily a Catholicism or Baptist, Pentecostal, whatever.
Right.
But the reality of when you commit to someone, you're basically saying, and I would love everyone's opinion, but you're basically saying, I give my life to you. I give me to you to lead.
Right.
Uh, I mean, to an extent.
All right.
I
Absolutely.
mean, to an extent, because again, I feel like all that is voluntary.
Right.
I'm really big. I'm really big on the voluntary part of relationships and marriage. Like that, I feel like this. If that's not how a person is, because sometimes I feel like my degree of what I'm willing to give, or maybe my love language, or how I'm willing to show what I'm willing to give, is different than my wife's.
That
You,
is true. So let me ask you before I let you continue. What is your love language, Kwame?
shit, I like to be touched. That's my love language.
Okay.
Touch me and give me some compliments. I'm
Okay. Physical
self-centered. I
touch,
need that.
physical touch and words of affirmation. That's
Yeah,
real.
I need
Um,
that.
Kiana, what is your love language?
Quality time.
And gifts.
And receiving gifts? And
Yeah, quality
I ask
time
that
and
because
gifts.
Keon and Gina, their love language is physical touch. So whatever that entails, that's what speaks to them. For me, it's acts of service. It's those things that my husband cooks every evening so that I always have a home cooked meal when I get off from work. That means tons to me. For my husband, it's quality time.
Yeah.
It's time with him, time in his space,
Yeah, I'm gangster.
and he is gangsta at cooking. But that's our love language. I am one. My primary love language is obviously acts of service, but for me, quality time, words of affirmation, physical touch. I be like, babe, we fucking or what?
Yeah.
Like at a certain point, couple of days go by, 5 days, it'd be like, hold up, wait, we fucking? Cause I feel like I ain't been with you in like forever. It'd be like a couple of days, but he'd be like, baby, we were just together on Sunday. I'd be like, but today is Friday. Like I'm confused. But like that's how I feel. So I think sometimes in relationships, we fail to understand that my love language, what makes me feel love, is not always what makes my mate feel love. And so
Yeah, I
to
can own that.
understand what makes my mate feel love is how we make this relationship work, how we cruise down the river versus, whitewater rapids, because don't nobody want that.
Yeah, I could agree with that. I felt like in the beginning you have to kind of learn that, because when I remember our first Valentine's Day we spent together, my wife went out and bought me a Louis Vuitton wallet, right? But I'm like, I don't want that shit. Like I'm not into that.
Yeah.
I'd rather have the $300. I don't want a wallet that's $300. I'm not saying I wanted $300 from her. Yeah, I'm just like, I'm old school. Like, I don't even carry a lot of cash. Half the time, I leave my wallet in the car. My wife didn't have to buy me a wallet with tracking devices in. I'm like, a Louis Vuitton wallet for me is like that. I don't need that.
The more I hear you and Keith speak, that's why y'all are friends. Because I'm not, I give, but I give.
I want some $300 shoes, not no wallet.
I give with thought, right? So if I spend $300, I'm gonna know that my husband, he's like, so say he wanted to do this podcast thing, and I was like, I bet I got you, right? And he was like, well, we can use my laptop, ABCD, and I was like, no, we need to get a CPU. It's gonna be better. We need to get you. Look, Keon, tell me what kind of monitor, what kind of camera you use, and I'm getting all of this together because for
Right.
me, my love language to my husband is, although I know quality time is important to him, I need to show you that I hear everything you're saying. And it's important to me because it's important to you.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And so, although he will say, babe, this is way too much. In my brain, I'm saying there's Klarna, there's Afterpay, there's PayPal. I can pay this shit in like a month over time. It's not gonna cost me $400 off the cup. It's gonna cost me $400 at the end. Yeah. So, those things are important. And so when as married couples or as couples in general, right? Committed people, in the end, you have to say, I value your opinion and what you think is important more than anybody else. And I find that sometimes, like when I've been in situations where we go out to eat and I serve my husband before I serve myself.
Oh, shit.
That's not about anything other than my husband is the head of my home. He makes sure that I don't want for anything, that my lights stay on, that my TV stay on, and all the necessities of life are there. So the one thing I can do is feed him first. And then I feed myself.
Okay.
If we had children, I would feed my husband first. I would feed my children, and then I would feed myself. And a lot of people disagree with that. And that's not saying that I put my husband above all else, but the Bible tells me that my husband is who I cleave to. This is the person that is supposed to have me above all and anything else. And so because of that, I give him all of who I am in all of that. Now, that does not stop the fact that my mouth don't stop moving. Because when he step out of place, I be like, we ain't about to do that.
You know what I just realized when I first came on the show, you had that definition of fuckboy.
That's
and
right.
I realized I had a real fuckboy situation with my wife when we first met. Right? We talk about love languages. So when my wife and I, when we first met, she was in grad school. She was going to get her master's, and her school was taking a trip to India. So she came to me and was like, would I pay for half of this Louis Vuitton bag that she wanted to buy out of India? Because now listen, I see Coach, see that facial expression you just gave? I felt the same goddamn way. Yeah, all right? Okay. Right? So now this bag was in America, but in America, the tag said made in the U.S., but in India, it said made in Paris. So she wanted to get the bag that said made in Paris from India. Now, as I told you, when we first met, she lived in a different zip code than me, right? So when she came at me about a bag that cost $1,400.
Oh.
Okay, what took you back to shit? See?
All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So she asked for this bag that was like $1,400. And I was like, I said no. But then
you said yes.
Well, hold on.
You said yes.
First I said no, but then I said yes. Right? So then I first I said no, because like I said, I'm cheap. There's no way in the world I say yes first. I can depend on that. I know I ain't say yes first. I said no first, and then I said yes. But when she went to India, I just couldn't bring myself to pay for half of this bag. It just, you know, the more I sat on it, you know, it was like so not me, right? And I told her while she was there, like, nah, I ain't buying that shit. I'm sorry, right? I said I can't do it. But when she came home, I ordered a cleaning service to clean up her entire house.
Right.
Right? Because I felt like, you know, if a person's gone for like 2 weeks, they don't want to come home to a messy place, or you know, you come in the house, you know, you come in, you don't want to look and be like, I mean, shit, I didn't want to clean her house, you know, so I'm like, you know, I'll pay for it.
But you're saying
I don't want to clean it, right? But I'm staying there. So, I mean, I guess I bring that up because when we talk about love languages, right? She like gifts. Me, I guess I felt like that act of service would have been would be something that was more valuable and more meaningful. But I had to realize that it wasn't, because she was mad that I paid for the house to be cleaned and helped me pay for that bag.
no, I was mad because the cleaning lady bleached my shower curtain.
Well,
So that was the only thing you was mad about?
No, she was mad. No, she was mad that I ain't buy half of that bag too. You know?
Yeah,
Right.
I was, but you
Right.
said
Well,
the cleaning lady.
I'm gonna be honest, because I did that to Troy. I was in DC, and I was at Coach, and I really wanted this little bag, and this little bag was $300. I promise you, this bag was this big,
Lord have mercy.
this big, and I said, "Babe." I called him on the phone. I was in there with my little niece. We was at the Pentagon Mall or whatever.
Are you right by where we at?
Yeah. So I called my husband. I was like, "Babe, you go half on me on this purse?" He was like, "How much is the purse?" I was like, "It's like $250, but I want the wallet too." He was like, "Well, how much is that?" I was like, "The wallet like $25." And he's like, "How much I gotta send you?" I said, "Hold up, let me check." And then he sent it to me. But let me tell you one thing. I paid for every dollar this motherfucker gave me. He was like, "How much is it?" I was like, "Babe, just send me 150. I got the rest." But I paid for every dollar
Yeah, he said.
that he sent me. He was like, "All right, babe, I got you. I got you. But when you get home, I don't want to hear nothing." Like, I couldn't say no to nothing.
For
But that
$150,
purse was
shit.
everything.
Shit. I might have to hook y'all up to be best friends for $150. Damn.
You got to do a lot of
Let me tell you, it was a whole lot of favors. But I didn't want to give it to him because he would have got it even without the $150, is what I was saying.
Yeah, but I was just that was it.
But for him, he was like, "I prepaid. I prepaid for this. I don't want to hear a no. Don't tell me no for nothing."
But you want me to tell you something? It wasn't the $150. I can tell you right now, because I can see Coach and I like a lot. It wasn't the $150. It was what the $150 was for, because it's something that makes you happy, but for us, it's not something that we value at all. Like, we don't see the logic in a bag. You know, like I used to say that to my wife, or a purse. Because my wife have a pretty nice handbag collection. Now, granted, she got a lot of that stuff. Granted, she got a lot of that stuff before we met. And when she was going over some of these price tags, I was like, for real? But I couldn't put together in my mind, like, it's a bag. It's like you put shit in it. Like, why does it need to cost so much money? I never, you know,
$1,400 is a lot, ma. $1,400 is a lot.
Yeah.
Shit. Anyway, you know,
But
but the thing was like with I had to understand what made her happy, like what she likes. And you know, to be quite honest, everyone, even though $1,400 is a lot of money, regardless, it is a lot of money. But everyone's in a different place in life. You know, everyone have different situations. Like we don't have children yet. You know, we both make pretty good money. You know, so and the stuff that my wife, I'll say this, I didn't get it earlier because a lot of my beliefs were really limited in a way where $1,400 maybe it, you know, it when you value money, like don't get it twisted, it's a lot of money. When you have certain values that you value and you respect money, absolutely $1,400 is a lot of money. But then to a rich person, it's not a lot of money. So I realized, like, even where we live now, right? We live in Pentagon City. We moved from out here from DC. I mean, like we're right outside of DC. Like you come through DC, the first exit that says "Welcome to Virginia," that's where we at. And it ain't cheap out here at all, you know. And when she got her job out here, and I knew we had to move out here, and I knew what the cost of living was out here, it was really tough for me to even swallow moving out here because I was living in Philly where we had a 3-bedroom house and the rent was like $1,200 a month. So, you know, that wasn't much. But then coming out here, I mean, it was just, to me, it was crazy. Like, our expenses went up over 110%. So, coming out here, I would have probably never done it on my own. But one thing that I'll say is that when you have a person that will, like, I won't say force you, but encourage you to think bigger and encourage you to see things to not to always be so limited in your thoughts and think this is expensive and that is expensive. What I'll say is you can then start to have different life experiences or experience things in life that only you find out that they weren't possible only because your belief system made them not possible.
Right.
You know, so I'm appreciative of it, and I'm, you know, not to say like we're frivolous or anything like that, but you know, I look back at it and I'm appreciative of it because, you know, my background and how I grew up, these were never things I thought I would be able to accomplish, you know, and that's why this is such a great show and such a great platform because people, you know, in this day and age with social media, you know, we had late great Kevin Samuels pass away, and everyone's kind of like against each other, or even in like so-called Black culture, in a lot of the music, the modern music of today, and I say the 2000s or whatever, they painted this picture of marriage to, even on TV, it's like, oh, are you happy or are you married? You know. Or they paint these pictures of negativity within, you know, the Black man and the Black woman, or being married, or being in a relationship, or all of these things, when it's so not true, because it's a lot easier to accomplish things if you have true good people who have each other's genuine best interests at heart. Right. It's a lot easier to accomplish bigger things. You know, and yeah. So I won't say that's the one thing, but that's one of the things that I really, really appreciate about my marriage and my life is that I'm able to accomplish things and uh, witness things or experience things that I never thought I'd probably be able to experience.
That and you
So
breaking down stereotypes.
yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I think that like I find that in the millennial and Gen Z era, marriage is not as goal oriented as it was in Gen X and baby boomers, right?
Mhm.
Especially with the incorporation, and not that I have a problem with LGBTQ AI plus
Right,
alphabets.
right.
But with the introduction of the LGBTQ AI plus, look, I gotta give you all of that. That's a whole lot. That's a whole lot, and I'm just trying to be politically correct.
Correct. I get it.
But with the introduction of all of that, especially when you look at pansexuals and things of that nature, pansexuals being that they love who they love. Janelle Monae is one of those. They love women, they love men. Who they fall in love with is who they fall in love with. It's not based on gender, but it's based on love in itself.
Mhm.
And so that it draws a loving husband, it draws away from the the baseline of marriage, that commitment to one person, that one person who is equal to who you are, that person that is not necessarily the exact same as you, but the yin to your yang, the light to your dark. And I think people in general, I think people they forget that aspect when they look at relationships and they look at committed relationships. Step aside on the physical nature of intimacy, but intimacy is more than just the physical aspect. And I think as we look into the LGBTQAI pansexual uh movement, that we forget that relationships is not sexually oriented. It is beyond that. And worth what makes a marriage worth having is ensuring that as I age
Mhm.
and I move in this life, that I have someone that not only is my partner, but is my protector, is my umbrella when it comes to uh pain and hurt and sexually he
Yeah,
put it
yeah,
on
yeah,
me. He
yeah,
put it
yeah.
on
Put
me.
it
He
in
put it
his
on
name.
me. he he the purpose of marriage is to have someone that fulfills you in every aspect, every discipline of what life offers, in my opinion. Whether it's love or lust or financial stability or emotional stability, religious stability, mental stability, all of those aspects. And I think as we've moved into this age of pansexualism and things of that nature, that we lose sight of the fact that no matter what it is, you still are looking for that one person that when I am taking my last breath, I am not alone.
Mhm.
That I have someone that has walked this path with me, that has enhanced whatever step that I've taken. And when I fall, and I say that with conviction, because when I was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2020, Troy and I had only been married 2 years.
Yeah.
And it was it was a decision that had to be made that I knew he felt a certain way, but I knew I felt a certain way. And for me, it was, I can't believe that I'm about to put this on my husband. That was my thought. And my husband's thought was, I can't afford to lose her.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
just got her.
Yeah, I just got it, and not only that, fuck all that. We about to whoop that ass. About to
So
whoop that ass.
so when I look at marriage, I look at it a whole lot differently than other people because we were only 2 years in. We weren't even 2 years in. We was a year and a half in before I found out that I had breast cancer. And that journey, no one could anticipate what it would have been. I'm 4 surgeries in and I'm still here. But that first thought was, I can't believe that I'm about to put this burden on my husband. And my husband's first thought was, I can't lose her right now. I just got her.
Not only that, my thought was.
Well, that's. I think we hitting on some real stuff there because that says a lot about like, the core of what a true marriage and relationship is. Because like I had some instances where I had like some health concerns or scares, and I know that thought that you're thinking, like, hey, I don't want to put my wife through X, Y, and Z, or make her go through this or make her go through that. So, I mean, I made sure, first off, what I say is this. I made sure that if something happened to me, she's going to be fine.
Right.
So, because I don't believe that a person should be grieving and stressed. Like not knowing where the next dollar is gonna come from, or like I don't believe in that at all. But the second part of that is, when you're in a marriage, you're supposed to. Now you're supposed to. I'm not saying that we do it all the time, but you're supposed to put your spouse
Before you.
ahead before you.
Absolutely.
Right.
Because if that's something that if both parties are doing that, you're gonna have a harmonious marriage. If both parties are doing that, and I always say this. He's funny. He said $1,400 a mental policy. Okay.
That's true. That's true.
But I'm just saying, like, again, I always go back to the voluntary thing because these are things that you want to not feel like you're obligated to do, but you want to be with somebody who inspires you to want to be like that.
Right.
Where you have a good enough relationship with yourself that you can appreciate what the other person is doing. I came from a household where I was raised by my mother's aunt. So my grandmother's sister raised me. She was born in 1922. God bless her soul. She passed away, but she was born in 1922 in Barbados.
Wow.
That woman right there, let me tell you something. That woman, she missed her college. She could have been a motherfucking drill sergeant. I'm serious. Like, I'm dead serious. And it was, back then, a lot of the men back then, especially coming from the Caribbean or whatever, most of them weren't like really literate either. Like, a lot of people weren't finishing school and stuff like that. Right. And I watched them live a great life. Like by the time I came along, they were already retired. She was past 65, house paid off, all this stuff, traveling, doing stuff, and there were a couple of different things that key moments and examples that I learned from about marriage from them. And I remember one night we had like a party at the house. It could have been a Thanksgiving or something. Where a bunch of people came to the house. We lived in Brooklyn at the time, and I used to call him Daddy, but her husband took some people home who lived in Manhattan, drove them home, and I remember her stating as we were cleaning up all of the stuff from the feast and food that she prepared for everyone. She was like, I can't go to bed until Freddie gets back in this house. I can't go to bed. We've been married for over 47 years, and this man has never stepped out on me. He's never spent the night out of this house. And that really, really stuck with me. Because I was like, man, like if you're going to make it in relationships,
Right.
you have to have not just trust, because all relationships, whether it's an intimate relationship or just a relationship you have with, I would say, an acquaintance, it's not healthy if there's no trust there. Like if there's no trust, I can't have no type of relationship with you. Number one,
Right.
But with the person who's closest to you, you definitely have to have, trust there. And I said, man, you know what? If when I get married, because I knew I wanted to be married from the time I was a young child, because that's what I saw in my household. So that's why I knew that's what I wanted for myself. And I said, I chalked that down and said, you know what? In my marriage, that's how I'm going to live in my marriage. Because I had, in the relationship I had before my marriage, like I had a rebound relationship, but I had before that I had a 4-year relationship, and I cheated on her. And I'm telling you, man, it was just like a learning experience, because I'm not a cheating person, but it was something I wanted to do, because I was feeling like, man, all men do this, maybe, and this is the way it's supposed to be. I'm supposed to have a side piece or do whatever.
Right.
And it was all cool until I got caught. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not a liar, so I don't do well when I'm under questioning. That's why I don't commit crimes.
I'm with you, Kwame. I don't do well either.
I don't do too well under questioning. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm the type of person to say, yeah, I did it. No, I didn't do it. That's because I can't keep making shit if I ain't good at that.
Right.
So I saw and when that happened, I remember I can't say she got over it, but we stayed together after some time, but it never went away.
Right.
I mean, you can be having a good day. You come home from work, you think you coming home to your domain, you about to go to bed, and shit, 1:00 in the morning, she's screaming at you because of that shit you did a year and a half ago, and it's just like, so I thought I said, you know what?
So my question is, how long is it going to take for you to get past?
I can't hear you, Coach.
His question is, how long will it take for you to get past?
Coach,
How long does it take for you to get past that mistake? Does the obviously it wasn't something that you were able to get past because of you're not with that person anymore. But
she couldn't get past it.
Right. And so that's the thing. Now we're gonna be tying this, we're gonna close this out because it's almost midnight. At least in New Orleans, it's almost midnight.
It's going on 1
And
o'clock.
It's going on 1 o'clock.
Tearing his ass up.
It's going on 1 o'clock where Kwame is, and
Coach Hyde, motherfucker, giraffe neck.
He is. He really is. But I would like, before we close out, and as it relates to, and I don't even like to talk about cheating because I know where my husband's line is.
Yeah.
Like there's a whole lot that he can tolerate, but that is not one.
No.
Right.
So, in order in order for us to close this out on a high note,
Okay.
each one of us, and we'll go last. We'll start with Gina and Keon, and then Kwame and his beautiful wife, Kiana,
Thank you.
and how that looks. So when you think, this is my question, when you think Black love,
Mhm.
Black excellence, and what that looks like for Black family. And I want each of you to come in. I want Keon to say something, and I want Gina to say something. Um, as we close out Couples Corner, our first night. Hey, hey. Um, what does that look like in your life?
Real quick, Keon and Jenny, y'all look real good together. I gotta tell you
They
that.
do,
Thank
right?
you. Yeah, they do.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Hell yeah.
So, Keon, what does that look like?
Well, when I think of, I think of history. I think way back in like a history, like a black man, black woman, everything that they had to go through, hold each other down just to get to where we are today. That's what I really look at it as, the history behind it, you know, the traditional history behind it, and that's a lot, you know. If you go look back at the history of the black man, black woman, black love, it's a whole lot of history that it'd take us years to talk. We could go years talking about it.
Mhm.
That's how I look at it. The history behind it, and just the holding each other down, and just the how strong we had to be just to get to where we are today, as black men and black women, together as a whole.
Gina?
I have to agree. As far as like history, from what I know, I don't know, you guys may disagree, but marriages started with Black people. Um, and I just feel like we we know how to what word am I trying to say? With history, we knew how to work together, come together. Um, and only if we could just do that now. It
Right,
just seems like
right.
the white man is trying to disrupt that, and it kind of is working. And I just wish that we all could, you know, work together. Um, but yes, I have to agree with history.
Kwame? Kiana?
I would say Black love definitely has to do a lot with history and strength, and and it also just having respect for one another.
Right.
Mhm.
Because I see it all the time. Like a lot of times when I'm on social media, the amount of disrespect we have for each other is just it's insane.
Yes.
Over you know we've all come together through the sport of boxing.
Right.
The gentleman on the panel, we all come together through that, and we see just based on opinions, the amount of disrespect that goes back and forth just based on what you believe about something and what this person believes, and it's different. So, black love to me is definitely about history. It's definitely about strength, and it's also about respect and respecting one another, respecting each other's differences, and then just respecting that everyone's not the same,
Mhm.
and also about building a productive future by your actions in the here and now. you know, how you choose to raise your children, you know, what type of uh, roots you decide to lay down in terms of you know disciplines or just the perspective that you decide to give your children on life, on what they can accomplish, you know, going forward, and how they can be productive to society as a whole, you know. But you know, more so, but we're talking about Black love, but how they can be productive to make us have a better perception on the social totem pole in society, because we're so looked. I know it's all. I know it's all BS and it's all a con game because they have to do so many things to make us believe that we're so much worse than we are. I mean, they got to put it in the music. They got to put it in so many TV, so many different things. And I want to go for a long tangent, but my wife had brought this up to me before, and I never realized it, that when we're watching shows, I never realized, and I've seen the pattern, that dark skinned Black women in shows are always to look promiscuous or easy or fast, or you know, I never realized it until she pointed it out, and I'm like, I see it now without her even being around. I'm like, damn, this shit crazy. But it's just so much programming going on. So, you know, Black love, I just say, to wrap it up in a nutshell, is for us to, you know, work towards restoring our natural inherent royalty from who we truly are as people, and to help restore that and to allow that to grow and go forward.
Kiana, you have anything to say on that?
Okay, I'm gonna be really short, but Black love and Black excellence to me is being the example for the next generation. I feel like as a people, in my experience, we learn more from seeing, right? Like what we see the example to be. So I think if we just continue to do what we can in our little group, like we have now, to be the example for the next generation, to show that you can have a healthy marriage that's not dysfunctional, or a healthy relationship, and people are raising their kids, and you know, people are graduating from schools and they're starting their own businesses. All the things that everyone else is able to do, we can do it too, you know. So I think that's the real Black love and excellence.
Okay. Husband, your thoughts on
Well,
that? Speak loud. Talking to Mike. Talking to
okay,
Mike.
I'm gonna move up. Well, I agree with everything she just said, because we are stereotyped so bad. We are stereotyped so bad, um, everywhere. Like there's like we fuck around with hoes, and we don't have really good women, and everything else is just, you know, we just, I mean, if you look at real media and like the old media and all of that, they treat us like we don't have this going on. What we see right here,
Right.
we don't have this going on where we respect our women, where we take care of our women, where we do everything we can to make sure that our family is together. And that's what this show is all about. It's about showing that, you know, we more than what y'all portray us to be. You know what I'm saying? Y'all portray us to be like we were some animals, or we don't treat our women right, or everything is, you know, bitches and hoes and all that. Well, no, that's not true, brother. We trying to show what the real is. Like all the time at certain jobs that I do, there's women that try to hit on me, and I show my wife immediately. Hey man, hey, Billy had one of these little women trying to holler at me, trying to give me some ass.
Light skin ass niggas.
Yeah. Dog, I'm telling y'all the real dog. Look, the other night when I came home, what I
He
told you.
did. He does. Now I will say my husband does come home and he is transparent.
Yeah, they be trying to give me some pussy. For real. I'm just telling it like it is, bro. So, you know, this is what this show is about, bro. To change that fucking direction or that perspective that we don't have good relationships and our children grow up just to be, fucking thugs in the street. That's not what we want. You know what I'm saying? We portray so fucked up on everything. So, this is what this show is about, to show that we more than that. We better than that.
So I'm gonna say that I appreciate Gina making her first YouTube appearance.
Thank you.
I appreciate you
For
coming
having me.
on and having this conversation with us. It's very open and honest. I appreciate Kwame and Kiana coming on and this being our first couples corner. And I appreciate that you guys, no matter what, is honest about what it is to be married. Marriage is not easy. It is hard. Relationships, committed relationships are not easy. It is hard. It is work. I do not love my husband every day in the same capacity that I loved him on yesterday.
Yeah.
But
I put
in the
dick on
you
I
do,
put that
baby.
dick
You do. You put. but in the end, it is about finding that spark, that flame that made you love them in the beginning,
Yeah.
so that you stop it, so that you can continue to love them, that you can continue to love them through whatever it is that you're going through. So in that, I say I appreciate you. For me, and this is how I'm going to close it out. For me, Black love is the unconditional, the unconditional, the non-expectational love that you give. When I see my husband, I see him for the man that he has always presented himself to be, not meeting that unreachable expectation, but reaching the expectation that is bound by every man who is to take care of a woman. He makes sure that I never want for anything, that my lights are always on, that I always have food in my belly, and I never want for anything as it relates to something that he can give me separate and apart from what a man gives him to give to me. Minus your penis. I love my husband for all of who he is, faults included. He is not a perfect man, but in all of his imperfections, he is perfectly made for me. Black excellence for me is looking at Keon and Gina, looking at Kwame and his beautiful wife, Kiana, understanding that Sir Aunt Bo is over there with his wife and his daughters, and everyone that has joined our live, to understand that the Black family has always, even in all of his existence, has always been one built on a foundation of strength, love, prosperity, and oneness. The woman is not separate and apart from the man that she chooses. She is one with him. That movement that they make, every step that they take, is one that is made in conjunction with one thought, that whatever it is that we're doing is to make us better as we move forward. And that's all I got to say about that.
And I put that dick.
Well said.
He does. He put that dig on me. I'm just gonna let him say that. But I do appreciate y'all staying with us for the last 4 hours because it's been 4 hours.
Wow, we've been that long?
It's hard to believe that it's been 4 hours because
That's what happens.
that enjoyable. I cannot wait till we get back on boxing because that's our, next move.
Yeah.
Boxing. It's all about boxing. We'll be watching boxing tomorrow night. So
Yeah, we will too.
Yep.
We will three.
thank you. I appreciate you. I love you, Key. I love you, Gina, Kwame, and Kiana. I love you guys.
Thank
From
you.
one sister to each of you, we
Much love,
appreciate
much
you
love.
giving us your time for today.
Love
Yeah.
you.
Thank
too.
you.
Thank you for having me.
Everybody in the chat, man, y'all tell y'all people about it. You know what I'm saying? And we just trying to promote positivity,
Absolutely.
especially in the Black community, because they portray us so fucked up as far as relationships. And everything. Y'all come hang out with us on Friday nights. If y'all ain't taking your wife or your girlfriend out to eat or spending time together, man, y'all come hang out with us. We'll have a couple drinks. We'll talk a little shit. We're talking about relationships because we portrayed so horribly, in the media and everywhere else. It's just a little positive to happen. That's all it is.
All right, y'all. Go to sleep. Or
Have
go
a
have
good night.
sex. Go have
I got-
sex. Go have
I got-
sex and then go to sleep. I don't know how that works, but whatever it works, however it works, just make it happen.
Yeah, I'm gonna put that meat on it.
I got coach over everybody.
Hey, Coach finna fall asleep.
Yeah.
I already did that.
No, we better do it. Yeah.
Didn't I already do that, Keon? Did I give everybody laugh words? Didn't I do that?
Yeah, you did.
My
Thank
dog
you.
was that.
Yes, sir.
He high, don't
Yeah.
worry about him. He sleep. You right, sir. He
Great
sleep.
show though. Great show.
Excellent
Yeah.
show.
I enjoyed it.
I'm sitting here just listening.
Yep.
Y'all just sit here.
And y'all just get started.
I'm sitting here listening, and I'm just resting my eyes. Y'all best believe I heard everything.
A mess. Well, I appreciate y'all for giving us all of your 4 hours of time. We ain't gonna keep y'all no longer.
Well, have a
All
good
right,
Bye,
night.
y'all.
All right.
All right, love y'all, man. Take care.
All right.
Well, that was a good night.
Yeah.
You got too high. Well, I appreciate all of y'all that was sitting here with us through these 4 hours. And I hope that we see more couples come on our lives so we can talk and see what Black love and Black excellence really looks like, because we are more than what is portrayed on media.
Yeah.
So we're going to say good night.
Love, bye.